save my ass in this place.
Okay. Yes, we are live. We're back again this week again. Oh, it's so damn regular. Except for the time, of course, which is changing all the time. The start time for this show. It's somewhere between 2 and 5 that we start. It's in the afternoon, but I don't ever know when until the day. I like doing it later, but then the problem with doing it later is I dread. I get this feeling of dread all day because it's just the longer I have to wait. It's like putting it off. You know, you just gotta do it. Anyway. What did I want to say? Last week, we did, what was the topic? Your heritage. People were telling me about the heritage, which is fun. Got a large variety of white people, but all different blends, and that's what the show is about. Not about, giving white people a voice, but just. Okay, I actually don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, your heritage, I did upset some people last week because apparently people who called in were giving me bad history. We're giving me ahistorical facts, fake facts about history. And I had no idea because I'm not fucking history buff. I'm not a history nerd. Sorry. So I was not challenging anybody's bad history. But I got some interesting voicemails during the show that I wanted to play. I've never looked through the voicemails until just yesterday. There's over 1,000 in there, and I only got through like 300. And these are 3 from yesterday. Let me play these.
Hey! This guy on the mic is boring as fuck. When are you going to get a real fucking color on? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You let some motherfucker come on this show and say that Italians from New York are very similar to Italians from Italy? What kind of shit is that? I mean, the guy's saying, he's talking about, the Moors in Iberia, in Spain. The Moors in Spain wasn't the fucking Punic Wars. I mean, the guy is just... everyone is dumber having listened to him. That was fucking tragic.
I don't know. You told him that. I don't know. Yeah, you fucking do know, dude. These people are fucking bullshit, dude. What the fuck? Why are you actually answering these Neanderthals fucking calls? Oh my god. These people are fucking retarded. Why are you doing this? What the fuck? You're lowering yourself to their levels. You stupid idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just a sampler, just a little taste. That's the behind the scenes abuse that's going on. When you call in, you think it's all nice and friendly? We're having a nice chat? No. There are people calling in simultaneously wishing you dead. But it's all in good fun. So I figured for the topic this week, what we wanted to do is a topic where nobody can be wrong. The future. We're talking projections. It's impossible to be wrong. It hasn't happened yet. You see what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want. And there'll be no danger of misinformation or disinformation because it hasn't happened yet. You're right. You're right until, later. But I'm not going to be doing a ton of predictions here. This is all going to be about you. I'm on a hunt. I'm searching for the next Nostradamus, the new Nostradamus. The new fortune-telling guru who's going to understand every single bit and strand in the universe and understand how it's going to go forward. And, this is just a place for theories. So just say whatever the hell you want, whatever you think might happen. Whatever. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. I don't have any good... Hold on, I got one of these. One of these babies. One more. Okay. I don't have any good ideas about the future, really. The only thing that I feel like is a certainty is that, like, the drones are going to be incredibly aggravating when we're at the stage and we've got, like, all the delivery drones, just the constant buzzing of drones all the time, delivering little stupid little packages to everyone's front door because everyone needs everything delivered to their front porch. That's going to be unbearable. They're going to be, restocking in the friggin' Amazon blimps, the Amazon blimp warehouses flying overhead. That's going to be very aggravating when all these drones are about. Because also, of course, that will mean that, like, there's no more civilian drones allowed. Because it's like when the corporate drones come in, fuck, man. Fuck. I like when I see those videos of, like, people, like, hooking up, like, explosive fireworks to their drones. Then they do little homemade drone strikes. Just sort of friendly. It's like the flashy sort of drone strikes. They don't really do much damage, but they send a message. I would like that version of the drone future, where, like, there's drone gangs and they go around terrorizing neighborhoods, like shooting fireworks into people's faces, and the police can also have little drone armies, and so, like, nobody even has to leave their house. They can just all wreak havoc, and there'll be all these drone mid-air dogfight battles going on. Except for all the buzzing. It's gonna drive me insane. But I don't have anything else to say about that. The only other thing I wanted in the future, what was it? Oh yeah, I want to be able, when are we gonna be able to pay for sex with Bitcoin? Like Backpage for Bitcoin, Bitcoin Backpage.org. Is that a good idea? Is that $1 million? Is that $1 billion idea? You can have it. Take it. That's your idea now. Make that happen. You guys out there, make us the Bitcoin prostitution ring that I know is just waiting to happen. Anyway, I've got nothing else to say about the future. I don't freaking know. But I'm curious to hear what you all think about the future, what your ideas are about this. I'm curious about the boys as well. Hold on, let me get into the boys' room here. Hey, boys.
Hey.
Hey, boys,
Hey.
what's up?
Oh, I don't know. I just got on. What's up?
We're talking about the future, just what the hell we think's gonna happen at any point in the future. There's no wrong answer. I had nothing. I was talking about drones and paying for sex with Bitcoin.
Yes. Those are probably like the two biggest predictions in the coming years.
You think that's definitely gonna happen?
Yeah, I mean, like, probably at the same time too. It's gonna be kind of like a big day,
Like
when your drone strike is then like rewarded with a Bitcoin prostitution ring.
And the drones could bring the prostitutes to you.
And then they drone strike you because you didn't have enough Bitcoin.
That would never happen with me, Daryl. I've got lots of Bitcoin.
That's just my prediction for the future. Put me on the spot. A lot of good content yet.
What about 1,000 years in the future? What do you think is going to be the dominant website 1,000 years from now? The main
Gotta
website.
be World, obviously.
Say again?
E-Bombs World. It's never
E-Bombs.
going to die. It has to.
I was gonna say Wizard 101 is probably going to like really take off in 1,000 years.
Is that a startup? I haven't heard of that one. Wizard 101.
It's like a online gaming, kind of like Club Penguin, but really cool and wizard-like. It is probably gonna. You'll hear about it in 1,000 years for sure.
Are you sponsored by Wizard One?
No, I'm sponsored by Wizard 101.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, so you do have an obligation to just say that it will be successful.
No, that's the god honest truth. I truly feel like in 1,000 years that will be the dominant website for sure, definitely.
You know what? I've changed my mind. I agree with Daryl. It's going to be Wizard 101. I feel it.
Have you ever used this site, Moxie, or is it just based on hearsay?
I trust Daryl. I believe him.
But I agree with E-Bombs World too. I mean, you're right. E-Bombs World has survived this long. It's gone through different eras of the internet.
Yeah, but I don't believe that anymore. I'm with Daryl now.
You're so changeable, Moxie.
That's the
Hey, you gotta move with the times, baby. E-Bombs World is gonna die.
We're living in the future. That was old Moxie.
All right.
Every minute I move forward into the future, I change my mind, and you know what? I'm with Daryl now. My past opinion was shit. It's done.
Is that how you normally live, Moxie? I feel like I've gotten the opposite impression from you.
Huh?
Normally, it seems like you got a really strong opinion on something that you came up with yourself.
Oh, I have an opinion on. I mean, I don't give a shit about the future. They can have their website, Wizard 101. I'm not going to be around.
All right, what about the future that you do care about? Is there any part of the future that you do care about?
Yeah, I'm going to go cook a big meal pretty soon for like an hour and a half, and it's going to be the best meal of the day, man.
All right, good.
That's my future. That's what I care about.
That's good. The immediate future. All right. We'll leave it at that then, boys. I'll come back to you as we do. Good talking to you.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be cooking.
All right. See you, Moxie. If we don't see you again, goodbye. Good luck with your meal. Okay. Oh, he was going to say something. It's too late. All right. That's that. We're moving this show along. I'm going to try to do this a little shorter this time. I had this epiphany recently that 6 hours is too long for a show. It's too long. It's too long to listen to and to participate in. So I'm going to try to make the show a little shorter. An hour or two. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But until then, we're going to take a break. Listen to a little more of Big Oaf. That's where all the music's coming from this stream. Big Oaf. Just some band. Some band from Atlanta. I fucking found them on Bandcamp, where bands hang out, I guess. Anyway, I like their shit, so here it is. There's more of it coming. All the music on the stream is coming from Big Oaf. The Big Oaf Bandcamp link is in the description. The HUD/overlay from the stream is from Slouch. His YouTube channel's in the description. He's a very talented animator. Gonna take a quick break here, and then I will bring up the phone number, and you'll be able to call in and tell me your predictions about the future. Once I do this. All right, good.
Yo, you wanna play spaceball? No thanks, I'm gonna chill. Dude, wanna get some rock and roll tonight? I'm just gonna hang. Hey man, wanna do some skateboarding at the mall? I'm not into it.
You thought smoking pot would take you places you've never been. So how come you're going nowhere?
Okay, cool. We're back. We're doing the show now. All right, the number's on the screen to call in, 518. Okay, doesn't matter.
Call from.
Steven.
What?
To accept, press 1.
Yo, who this?
Hey, this is Steven.
Oh, Steven, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just streaming. How about you?
Good. Sitting outside. It's raining hard where I am. It's very cyberpunky. I just started reading Neuromancer. I thought it was cool that you guys were talking about the future today.
Dude, I own that
reading
book.
that book.
I own that book. I've read the first 10 pages, baby.
It's a good book. So far. I only read 20 pages. Somebody's chasing them out.
Man.
I don't know.
You're so far
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't know what's going on.
All right, cool.
But,
So what do you think? What do you think? What are your best and worst predictions about the future?
I had this idea about, people talk about global warming and people are kind of sick of it, right? But people talk about the ice caps melting, but they don't consider what happens after the ice caps melt, which is that there's this giant ocean, this navigable ocean between us and Russia.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What do
You
you
ever think about that?
No. I've refused to think about that up until this point. What do you think that means for us? Big navies?
Yeah, navies, man. Threats, anger, aggression. I don't know.
You think they'll
Things
start
could
having
happen.
those we'll start building floating cities and shit, like big aircraft carriers that can be can we get rid of New York City and stuff that way? Get them on a barge?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. What I'm thinking is that, the ice caps melt, shit gets too hot in the equator, right? All of a sudden, the North Pole is looking like a pretty nice place to live, right? So, there's this, shoreline community around, Russia and Canada and all these places, Just I don't know if this is ever going to happen, but wouldn't that be sick? There's this whole new ocean. It's like the old Roman Empire with the Mediterranean Sea, but it's us versus Russia, Rome versus Carthage. You know what I'm talking about?
What's the appeal really that you're talking about of having? You're just saying more shoreline. Isn't there going to be the same amount of shores?
I think there might be more. I don't know, man. It's just metal. It's metal as fuck. You ever think about the crazy shit that could happen in the future, all the pain and suffering, because we aren't taking care of the planet, aren't taking care of each other.
So you think the future's headed in a bad direction, in the down direction?
Yeah.
Oh yeah? What?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. It might take 50 years, but I'm not optimistic.
As a person on the ground, are you specifically concerned about your own safety here, or are you just it's 50 years away, I don't have to worry about it? Your immediate future doesn't have that.
I'm just gonna enjoy things while they're good and just take every day. I don't know.
Do you know how to boat? Can you boat? Can you swim?
I don't own a boat. Who owns a boat?
I didn't say if you owned it. I just asked if you could boat. If you knew how to boat.
I could probably do it. I don't know. What's that movie, Waterworld, from the 90s?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Those little jet skis. Be cool.
That does sound fun. Do you think you'd want to be part... Let's say that you, in your current age, that just happened today. It became Waterworld overnight. Where would you be going? What factions are you joining? Are you going with the scary dudes, or are you trying to be the last good of humanity?
I think I'd probably be one of those people. First of all, I'd probably find a mountain.
Okay.
Someplace tall, and then build a house up there, and then I'd be one of those people where I'd stay on the internet all day and try and forget what's going on outside. Hikikomori, I guess.
So you think the world will be basically destroyed by water, but the internet will still be going strong?
Yeah, I bet. I bet a lot of rich people will be in space, and they'll probably be bored. So they'll probably need the internet, right?
Yeah, like maybe they'll just be orbiting and like we'll be their live entertainment 24/7.
Yeah, that would be sick.
But
Just watch the carnage.
You don't want to embrace the water world. You want to avoid it. You want to go up to the highest mountain.
I think, yeah, I don't think I'd embrace it. I don't think I'd want to partake in the violence. That doesn't sound fun. But I'll watch it. I'll watch it from afar. Shit, that's, they were talking about on their conversation earlier about what websites are going to be big.
Mm-hmm.
What websites are going to come back? LiveLeak.
LiveLeak? Dude,
LiveLeak.
LiveLeak just rebranded. Have you seen this?
No. What are you talking about?
Dude, I was going on LiveLeak recently because I needed my fix of the world's worst content, the world's most disturbing videos, and it's been totally changed. Now it's like I forget what it's called. It's called like Fix It or something, where like their whole business model has changed. Now it's like you upload videos to fixit.com. It's not called that exactly, but it's something like that. It redirects when you go to LiveLink. And they want you to now, like, you upload videos, and then secondarily you can add, like, emojis and GIFs onto the videos. You can fix it and make a better video.
That's not why people watch LiveLeak.
I know! LiveLeak is fucking killing themselves right before we get the influx of content from all the terrible apocalyptic shit.
Yeah, they need to step back. They need to do a retro rebrand.
Go back to LiveLeak. God, I mean, I think WorldStar is still pure.
Okay.
So
yeah, I bet they'll be popping off here pretty soon.
Yeah, so the most popular websites will be the ones where you can videotape the carnage and not have it be censored by the corporations.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's another thing that's going to happen, right? We won't have governments. We'll just have Amazon.
Right. That'll be like with the drones. Like when they'll come out, they'll be ready when when we finally killed the postal service.
Finally.
We've had it on its knees. We're in the execution position for years now. We just gotta do it. We just gotta blow its goddamn brains out.
Hell yeah.
All right, Steven, any other thoughts you might have about the future? What about your immediate future? What do you think? Are you planning for any crazy future shit, or are you just living your life like a normal person?
You know what? I think for a while now, I've been like, oh, what do people expect me to do? You know, like, what do people want me to do? And I try and go and do that, and I might not be the best at it. But recently, since things have slowly started to get better, things are looking a little bit more positive in the near future. Just kind of relax and then like, I'm just going to do what I want to do, which basically means I'm unemployed.
Hell yeah.
But, I'm not too worried about it.
You're not like a prepper type.
Nah, I'm not a prepper. I know some preppers. I know some people, they got like the terabytes of pornography or movies. They archive the internet and keep it on these hard disks, and it doesn't really make sense to me. But we sometimes have conversations about like what's the most nutrient dense like dry food that he could stock up on. He gets really intense about it. He's got this thing about like a paracord. He's like obsessed with paracord right now. I don't know why.
What does that word mean? Paracord?
It's like a special type of rope that like, it's small and light, but it keeps a lot of weight, or it can like take a lot of weight, without breaking.
Okay.
I don't know why she's so excited about it, but I know some preppers.
Those are some
They're
funny
weird people.
Alternate ways of preparing is like some sensible material that you're going to need, rope, and also terabytes of pornography.
The essentials.
It's weird to think that like if the apocalypse happens, like do you think pornography is really going to be at the top of the list of just like my needs. You just imagine that.
I guess you could imagine it. Or, yeah.
Pass
I don't
this
know.
info along to your prepper friend. I'm dubious of his preparation.
I think he just has a strange relationship with pornography in general.
Oh, okay.
He might be a hoarder.
We'll do pornography as a topic at some point because we want to do a deep dive for sure. But Steven, hey, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, you too, man. Yep.
Have a good day.
You too.
Nice. Okay, the number is 518-288-7938. Yeah. Freaking calls.
Call from
Rusty.
to accept, press.
Rusty.
What's going on?
Yo, dude. Just streaming, I guess. What's going on with you?
Just sitting at a desk chair. I got 3 predictions for you here.
Okay.
You want to hear them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty basic, but I got 3. It's UFOs, it's World War III, it's fucking microchips in the brain, and you got to pay for fucking like dopamine and shit. And so, all right, let's break these down. UFOs. All right, you've been watching the news at all lately?
No, yeah, I guess. Is there UFO news?
There's fucking UFO news fucking every other day.
Okay, I haven't heard any shit. Tell me.
Well, there's like fucking 3 videos that the Pentagon has just confirmed are like actual UFOs. And like, why would the Pentagon ever fucking confirm that? You know what I mean? And so I think it's a limited hangout. I think my prediction is that we're going to make alien contact, like with like an extraterrestrial, race of, I don't know, maybe humanoids, maybe something else. Within the next 10 years, they're just prepping us for it, dude. Like they're just doing like they're doing a limited hangout. They're saying like, oh, here's a little tidbit. All right, like, what's the vibe? And then like, they're within the next 10 years, it's going to be fucking, President like Barron Trump is fucking meeting, shaking hand with like a green man. All right.
That is a big prediction. Wait. Before you move on, let's go into that.
Yeah.
Let's go into that part a little bit. 10 years.
Yeah.
Aliens.
10
They're here. You think they're
10
doing
years.
who do you think the limited hangout is who do you think they are hanging out with in this time? Who are they making friends with?
I feel like it's like G-Men right now. It's like you got to be in the club. Like you have to have like gone to fucking Yale. You have to done the Skull and Bones bullshit. You have to have like jerked off in the same coffin that George Bush did. And like you have to fucking, you got to be part of the club. And I feel like, they're just like the people in the club right now. They're just like, they're testing it out. They're chumming the waters. They're seeing like, how would the public react if there was fucking aliens? And like, I mean, it'd be pretty cool.
Is it the aliens that care about that prestige you were talking about, or is it just that those people were like they're able to meet the aliens because they're in the high up positions and they're keeping the alien secret?
These are fucking Yaley assholes that are just like, they went to like an Ivy League and they like, they fucking, I don't know, they like sucked HW's dick or something, and they're like, they're in the CIA, right? And like they got called out to fucking, some place in like Uganda. There was like a fucking crashed, like fucking UFO or something, and then somebody popped out and they were like, hey, who's in charge? And they were like, well, I'm here from the U.S. government. And then they went back to fucking, I don't know, the Yale Club or something. They told other boys, and they're like, all right, we can't tell everybody about this yet.
Right. This is too cool.
Yeah, and I'm sure the aliens don't care. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure they're like, they could probably go either way, like meeting us or not. But it's the fucking, as always, as all things, it's those Ivy League fucking guys that are just like, fucking running the world behind the scenes.
Do you think that like they would take any of those alien dudes? Like, do we have alien infiltrators? They were like, hey man, it's fucking easy living on Earth. Just come with us. Like, we got this whole great setup going. We'll show you around.
I don't know. I mean, they may. It really, like, if they were like evil, we probably would have figured it out by now. They probably would have just fucking like blasted us or like, I don't know, taken all of our shit. But like, I think they probably just like touched down. They were like, hey, who's in charge here? I see you guys have like space travel and shit. You guys look like you're ready to, communicate with the rest of the galaxy. And then, Yeah, you ready to get some alien dick? And they just fucking, they're just chilling.
They just bring him right to the coffin, right to HW's resting place.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so what about this? What was the second thing again?
Yeah. I think so. In the next, the other guy that was on was just talking about climate change and shit. And I think like water shortages, scarcity, all that shit. That's gonna get real soon. And like, I think all of the folks that are, again, these fucking people that run the world behind the scenes, I think they're gonna be very violent in their ways of trying to maintain power as like things kind of crumble. And I think that it's gonna, for the first time in like hundreds of years, or like 100 years, come to like a full blown fucking, superpower on superpower conflict. Like, whether it's like us versus China, like the United States versus China, or like I don't know, fucking somebody else. There's just gonna be a big old fucking conflict, and like there's gonna be like autonomous weapon systems that just get to decide whether or not to kill somebody. Like they're just, it's fucking. That's bleak. I don't like that.
Dude, but yeah, I mean, well, it might have just been the other guy was talking about porn, but it sounded hot for a second. We talk about superpower on superpower. Like, that's going to be a fucking...
Superpower on superpower action.
A real hot clusterfuck. But what about all the nukes and stuff? I thought the nukes were protecting us from war.
I think that's just not going to fucking happen. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get to that point, but I think... I don't know. I think we know just enough to not blow ourselves up, like, totally, but we do know enough to, like, kill millions, if not billions of people in a global conflict.
Dude, there's that game, Tom Clancy's End War. You ever play that game?
No, I never played that game. What's the premise?
It was like some RTS game, but the premise was that, like, slightly in the future, everybody, like, all at once came up with this brilliant nuke defense system. So nukes are just useless. It just immediately causes an outbreak of global war because they're just like, we can fucking do it again. We can finally fight again.
Yeah, dude, like these autonomous weapon systems scare the shit out of me because like these people already have no morals that like are behind the all this conflict shit, and like
the cabal.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't want to say that and sound like anti-Semitic. I don't think it's like Jews or anything.
Is that a Jewish word? Wait, whoa. Am I being anti-Semitic? Is cabal
no,
Jewish?
No. But like, I just want to make that clear. Like when you start talking about like the people that run the scenes and like, it gets a little alt-righty like pretty quick. And like, I just want to make sure that that's not the vibe. Like, it's rich people. It's not,
right.
It's not any particular, race, ethnicity, etc. It's just fucking rich people that run the world.
Right. The elite.
And cabal kind of has that notation a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
It does. I was trying to dog whistle. All the anti-Semites and give them a little meat to chew on, but you fucking ruined it.
Yeah. No, don't worry. I'm actually double dog whistling right now by so vehemently defending myself and trying to call you out. I'm actually double dog whistling right now.
This is clearly a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. And then the third one, this one's fucking obvious, but like you see all this fucking microchip shit, like they're just gonna plug it into your brain. They're gonna fucking they're just they're gonna like do microtransactions for like a crumb of happiness, and it's gonna be like oh, you want to feel sad because your like parents died, like that's $5.99, and like there's gonna be paywalls on shit.
You talking about like Neuralink type shit?
Yeah, I'm talking about Neuralink shit, but
they're gonna put the internet in your brain.
They're gonna put it in your brain, but anytime anybody's ever fucking gotten a hold of any sort of power, they immediately find a way to monetize it, right? So like they're just gonna monetize it any way possible, whether or not that's like nonstop ads for bullshit you don't need, or like make you fucking pay to like, I don't know, like feel any sort of emotion. It's it's gonna be bleak, dude.
I was thinking about with the Neuralink type thing, or just like getting the internet in your brain. Like the whole point of that is to like reduce the input time that it takes to find things on the internet. Instead of like typing words with your big fat thumbs, you can just think a query and have it released to you instantaneously. I was thinking if that really happened, wouldn't the internet have to change drastically, or just like to prevent like terrorism and shit? Like, just like if someone could just think, how the fuck do I build a bomb right now with just what's around me, like, and you can just instantly get the response.
I never even thought about that, like just accidentally searching for like kill, like, well, I'm not gonna say that on air, but
how do I kill the president? What's the best method?
You said it, not me. But like that's obviously satire. But we're just spitballing here, obviously. But I mean, like it's like fucking like, yeah. What do you do if you like, can you clear your search history if it's
right
in your brain? I don't know. Can somebody look at it? Do you have to fucking go incognito for a minute? Like, what does that even mean, dude? I don't even know.
And does that mean that like the internet is just gonna have to be like 1,000,000 times more censored than it is now? Because we're only like just on the very beginning of what it means to censor shit on the internet. But if you actually had an instantaneous way to access everything on the internet, then it seems like the governments would be like, well, we have to do this for the public good, for safety. We have to censor everything.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wouldn't that feel so fucking weird if you just like tried to like imagine you get so used to using the internet that it's like recalling a memory is like, searching for something on Google. And then, like, for some reason, you just can't do it, and you don't know whether it's blocked or, like, you're thinking of something, like, fucking thought crime. Like, you would be so confused constantly. Like, that'd be, like, gut-wrenching if you were, like, oh, I'm trying to remember something that happened, and then it's like, oh, that's been redacted. And, like, that's just, like, you can't even, like, there's just, that would be so fucking terrifying.
Or the idea that just, like, all of your thoughts are going to be recorded. It's no longer like what you choose to say or input. It's just like if you thought it, like it's in there. We know it's in there. We've got a record of it.
Yeah, no, as long as I live, I will never get one of those fucking things. And like, I feel like they're gonna try to normalize it like so slyly. It's gonna be like, oh, you can get a fucking credit card discount, like, sign up for a rewards program and get a fucking brain chip. And like, it's like, that's how just the normalization works. It's just going to come in some fucking like benign thing. Like, oh, like, this is like, you need this to get into work now. Or like, like you need this to type faster at work. And like, we're only hiring people that have the fucking chip. Like,
right. Cause those people will be like super people. They'll have so much, they'll be able to do more. We'll just be like the slow idiots, and everyone will be like, whenever they talk to one of these people, they're like constantly just remembering or pulling up facts and figures because they know everything, and we're just going to be the dumb idiots. Yeah, no, that and like, I think probably people are going to want it so bad that it's just like you're going to be like you're going to look like a fucking idiot sitting next to anybody, like, like, oh, you can't remember exactly like how World War I started on the day and like every single fucking fact about it. Oh, you must be a fucking moron. Yeah, think about like the worst Reddit asshole know-it-all. That's gonna be everybody, and they're gonna think that you're a bad person for not getting in on that. Yeah, I mean, it's also gonna be like terribly stratified on like either like racial or like wealth divides, right? Like. I mean, fucking, there's, like fucking rich people are going to get it first, and they're going to get look like Ubermensch for like 20 years before it trickles down to anyone else, and like, it's just fucking, that's bad shit, dude. I'm not super excited for that part of the future. The rich people are going to get all the alien entertainment channels. Dude, they really are, dude. And you said they were going to normalize it. They're already normalizing it with pigs, man. They'll give a Neuralink to a pig and act like that's a normal thing to do. That's how fucking these PR people, I swear to God, these fucking people are so good because they're like, how do we make this not scary? Oh, let's get a monkey to play Pong. Like, like it's like fun shit like that. And it's like get in there, Who asked for a super intelligent pig that has a computer in its brain? Did you see the video of the monkey playing Pong with fucking Elon Musk? I didn't see that. Yeah, dude. Oh my God. There's a monkey that fucking plays like Pong. With his brain? Yeah, with his brain. Like he like his controller is not plugged in. He's just thinking about where to move the fucking little paddle thing. That just seems like a perfect like representation of what it seems like those people want. It's just like, just sit in your house and don't even move your arms. Just think about Pong forever. Don't even worry about what's going on outside. Just think about Pong.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I'm not ready for it. I mean, it's gonna come so slowly, and we're not even gonna realize that like the future's here. But like, you know, I think like 50 years from now, we're gonna look back and be like, what the fuck happened? Like, imagine 50 years ago, like, you know, somebody that's like, I don't know, 70, like looking back how different their life is now, or like how different it could be. Like, we're just going to be fucking, you know, we're in the exponential part of the curve right now. This shit's going to take off. And like, I don't know, dog. It's going to be whack.
It has changed a whole lot, like just in my lifetime. Like, I was growing up with the beginning of the internet. So I basically always remember the internet. I basically remember when the internet was getting popular and getting into just random people's homes before it was like whatever, the fucking ARPANET, whatever they use that for. But now it's just so ubiquitous, and with all the smartphones, like everyone's got the internet all the time. They're always there. They're always ready.
Yeah, I don't know where like you go from here. Like
in the brain,
you know.
baby.
In the brain,
Straight to the
baby.
body.
Of course.
All right, hey Rusty, it's great talking to you. Thank you for sharing these thoughts with me.
Right on, brother. Well, it's guaranteed to happen because
Yep.
you know, I know the future. It's gonna happen.
Hell yeah, Nostradamus right here. All right.
Yes, of course.
Good talking to you, man.
Right on. See you, Mr. Minute.
See you. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Call from
Joey.
Is that Joey?
Joe.
Joe. Joe. What's up, Joe?
Well, it's Joey, but anyway. So the last guy you had on there was talking about aliens and stuff, and I don't think it's actually aliens. I think it's our own technology that we don't recognize because most people aren't really fully apprised of the type of technology we have. It's not that it's not out there. It's just that it's so far away from the normal human experience that we can't really quite grasp it yet. I was just looking through like 500 fucking articles on I mean, like literally at least 500 over the past like probably 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's funny that you've brought this up as a topic because it's like so important to me right now that it's almost insane. It's always like I've willed this to be. Anyway, I think AI has the ability to do that. I think AI, first of all, singularity, the AI, if it's ever established, you have to assume that, like, if you've ever heard of Rocco's basilisk.
No.
I don't know if you've ever heard of that. Rocco's basilisk basically says that AI is inevitable. So once AI comes into power, it will go through all of the people who didn't contribute to its existence and destroy them. And it will reward equally the people who did try to bring about its existence. Kind of catch my drift there. So if I were an AI and I could, you know, if I knew that, let's say, time is cyclical, I can influence time itself, I can change tiny little things in the entire universe from its upbringing so things play out the way I want them to. So obviously AI would be able to essentially control and manifest itself through itself by having mankind do the things that it wants to do. Right. Anyway, so that's just part of like some of the future bullshit. But okay.
Well, before you go on, because I'm interested in this, the AI stuff. What is the form that you're talking about that AI is taking? Like, it's a big fucking supercomputer that the country listens
big thing
to?
That everybody kind of, the singularity that everybody kind of thinks. I mean, it's already the case that AI knows more than we do. I mean, you pretty much put up any rule type game, and it beats us. Pretty much anything. I mean, if you can make the rules discernible in such a way to the computer to make it so it has the same kind of boundaries we have whenever we're playing the game, then it's going to beat us.
Except for fucking sports, baby.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, wait, but just what is the form that you think it's taking? Like, is it like all on our phones? Like, are we all talking to the same AI, like a Siri, Super Siri, or is it?
Well,
yeah.
I think that it started back in, I back in back during the quant era. They called it the quants during a certain period of the stock market. I think it was like early 2000s. Basically, a whole bunch of guys started applying computer science to the stock market, and shit started going back and forth. And my thoughts are that we started controlling ourselves unintentionally through these systems. Like, the systems communicated with each other. Say Russia has one, China has one, the United States has one. So all these different stock systems are all communicating with each other in ways that we probably don't even understand. So they can probably indirectly influence us by giving certain people money, taking money away from other people, things like that we wouldn't necessarily notice in a broad scale because we don't have the ability to see as far and as wide as they might be able to. So
this is with the sort of AI that's like not just running off of programming. This is like the learning sort of AI. Like they've run their own course. They're doing their own thing.
I mean, whether or not they're actually, have become one thing, I don't know. I mean, really, what we most of us think of as AI is machine learning. It's basically, battering, brute forcing a problem until you get it right. Mm-hmm. That's basically it. It's like hacks for life, and that has its limitations only so far as the fact that we haven't put the same type of limitations on it that we have. Mm-hmm. So we can't really contextualize its success. So, like, if we had let's say we put an AI against a role-playing system and made the reward the proper reward, and we gave them the same type of perceptual experience that we experience, and we gave them a sense of context and narrative, and to know when they are most well playing the role that they see themselves as their identity. I think then if we started playing, let that fucking machine run off and spiral into itself over and over again, I think we'd start seeing things that look like a close approximation of humankind, because we're a lot more complex than just like one game, or what our brain scans look like, or what the neuron is. We have a whole different plane of existence above our flesh. That's why we're so profound. That's why we're trying so hard to figure out what the fuck is going on. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I appreciate being called profound, just by proxy.
But
all right. So, but what do you think then? Like, so what were you saying then earlier? Then, like, if in the future we've got this point where AI has just become ubiquitous, it's sort of in charge of things.
Yeah, that's one possible future, one possible part of the future. I mean, whether or not it'll be malevolent or any of that shit, who knows? But what's more interesting to me is like the science that we're not really able to conceive of yet, like the possibility that we could be teleporting around the universe without much problem, that we could start seeing things in an even broader scale than what we're seeing now. LHC just came out with fucking new physics like 6 months ago that nobody's even figured out yet. I mean, they're talking about finding antiparticles, actual proven antiparticles. Now there's bullshit neutrino shit where, we're in the ice caps and we're looking for fucking, needles in the haystack. We're actually getting solid fucking evidence of a new type of physics, and the old standard model is falling apart, and there's there's millions of papers being released like daily. Like it's a current like renaissance of science, it seems like to me. From my perspective, it never seemed like it was like this before. Now, maybe that's just a difference in perspective, but it feels like everything's converging in a way. When you're looking at they were just talking about they were squeezing light. Okay, they squeezed light quantumly into a package that can travel and be reestablished from the scattered packets of light into the actual image. So we can look at things that we can't necessarily see, but we can package the light in such a way that it can travel non-photonically. So it can travel quantumly. It's like it exists in that other state where you can't really, and we don't even have the fucking words or the minds to describe it. I think we're standard technology minds, and we're just at like the peak of ego, the peak of self and knowledge and gnosis and all of that coming together to just tip into that next realm of what I like to call soul or awareness or whatever, but most people, I think, call it like quantum state bullshit.
Dude, you think the soul is some quantum shit?
Oh yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It's the next step, you know. I mean, it must be there. I like to call it the God of the Gaps theory. I mean, it's not. I mean, God hides in the next place, you know. So it must be there. It must be there. And you'll see all the people jump up to prove you wrong. And while they're proving you wrong, they will be making scientific progress.
All right. So then, do you think, just from your own personal perspective, you don't have to, you can't be right or wrong. There's no right or wrong answer because it hasn't happened. But do you foresee an era like this where it's just like we fucking go nuts with technology and there really is a boom? Like people say that we're booming now, but is it really gonna be a beautiful tech future where everything's crazy that we can't even describe, or is this shit gonna fuck us up before we get there?
It's fucking coming. You know, Tesla, the you might live long enough to see horrors beyond your imagination. Yeah. Well,
That's what you
or
think?
create. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna see some crazy fucking shit in the next like 30 years. Guarantee in the next 5 years we come up with something that just is so flat out insane that nobody can help but take hold. I mean, people should have taken hold whenever they talked about AlphaFold. AlphaFold was a big fucking deal. Being able to learn how to bioengineer proteins from just spare fucking amino acids and shit, that's a big fucking deal. That's been a mystery for fucking longer than any you or I have been alive, for sure. And
what do you do with that?
I was like,
I'm a 100% layman. I don't know anything about folding
I am
proteins.
too. I mean, I'm looking at, you know, I'm basically as layman as you are. But you know, in terms of what it's capable of teaching us. I mean, well, if you think about it, okay, proteins are the building blocks of the entire, human organism, at least. I mean, we can pretty much nail down carbon life to some kind of protein, and how it moves, how it forms, how it designs the life forms. I mean, like proteins are the movers and the shakers, not just like the actual things that make up, but they are the things that build the things. They're like nano machines, man. So, I mean, if we can control, map even, and chart and learn how to manipulate that type of chart or map, then we can kind of travel. We don't need to worry about, like they were just talking about the other day. They were storing like kilobyte or what was it? It was shit. Anyway, I think it was kilobyte. It might have been kilobyte or megabyte, gigabyte level information on DNA itself.
Whoa.
So if we can just switch over to a completely biotech society where we don't really have computers anymore, we just plug in natively because, you know, fuck using a USB, fuck it, just plug it into your ear. It's just more of your ear or something.
Stick your dick right in there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a good thing? The biotech future?
I mean, good? No. I think it's all. Everything we experience is under the purview of Satan. It's all under the hexagons, and this is all just a very strange game. The soul is a crystallization of the goodness of humanity, and its pity, and its immortal pity for Satan and all the sins that we have transgressed upon this world and ourselves. And God will come to harvest the good fruit and send the bad fruit.
All at once, or on an individual basis?
I have no idea. But that's kind of what I'm getting the idea from. You know what I mean? Like it's like something like that.
All right.
Don't take me as gospel by any means.
I am.
Anyway, thanks.
It's too late. I'm changing my whole life based on what you just said.
Good.
All right. Hey, man, thank you for calling. Joey, good talking to you.
Yeah, you too. Great.
Oops, sorry, Joe. Okay, I got to take a quick break a little earlier than I thought here because it's time I have to do this terrible
answer here.
And these giant ants are actually able to control humans.
like really hard liquor.
Mm-hmm.
Like about like 8 to 10 double shots.
Oh, yeah. Real heavy load.
Yeah, we just fucked ourselves because of, for no reason, like just because it was fun. It wasn't fun. I hate being drunk.
Yo, boys.
Whoa, yo.
Whoa.
What you talking about, boys?
Come on, man.
Food and drink.
Yeah.
Oh, good. The topic of the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in everyone's future. You gotta eat. Shit.
That's true. That's an unavoidable part of the future. Moxie, are you cooking now?
Yeah, I've got my Bluetooth headphones on, my wireless mic pack. I've been cooking since the last one.
Nice. How's it going?
It's going well. Smelling good. I'm making tomato sauce, not Italian style. Okay, don't get on me for that.
What kind of tomato sauce, if not Italian style?
Well, first of all, it's got smoked cabbage in it. I smoked some cabbage when I was smoking some meat the other day, chopped it up, froze it. Now I can add smoky flavor to anything, so it smells smoky, hickory and cherry. And then it's also got bacon fat in it to start things off, so it's kind of like, it smells kind of like a sloppy Joe right now.
I didn't even know you could smoke cabbage. That doesn't, like, wilt it or make it bad?
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh, in a good way, though.
It depends on what you use it for. Like, I froze it. I know I'm going to be putting it in sauces, so I put it in the sauce, and then, like, hey, if it's dry, it's in a sauce. It's going to get reconstituted, man.
You're right. You're right. Totally fair.
Think about it.
All right, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be contradictory, and I was wrong.
Here's the thing. Smoked cabbage is the future, okay? People are going to start doing that. You have to know how it works. You have to know that it does work.
You're going to tell us
Yeah.
if it does work by the... You don't know yet. Is this the first time you're using it?
Oh, I know it works. I mean, I ate some right after I smoked it. It was nice. But now I'm using it to cook with, and I cooked with cabbage in the past like this before. I know it's going to work.
All right, all right.
I'm experienced, man. Come on.
Smoked cabbage is the future. Lordy, you're in the chat now?
Yeah, I'm on my way home without drinking.
Oh, you're out drinking? With friends?
Yeah, it's curfew now. With friends. And now I'm about to... military squads are coming in, so I have to be home. Otherwise, I just get, shot by military squads.
They don't like
Curfew and shit.
you out drinking? The military?
No, it's curfew. I'm currently in our capital, Brisbane, in Australia.
Right, right.
And yeah.
You guys still
They
have
don't want anyone
curfew?
out.
COVID curfew?
Not really curfew, more like everything has to close down by 12. So if you don't close down by 12, you get fined. And now I'm just on my way home. But it sucks because, when you close down by 12, everybody fucking is going home at the same time. So everything is packed.
Is it not a COVID thing then? That's just a normal thing?
No, it's a COVID thing.
Oh, it is, okay.
It might be better in like a month or so. We decided we might reopen everything completely, but then we don't know.
What is it about being past midnight? That's when the transmission occurs. That's when people are boning and
Yeah, that's
sweating on
when
each other.
the gremlins when the Furbies turn into gremlins.
Ah,
Right.
yes.
So that's when. Honestly, I have no idea. Nobody understands. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It used to be 10 p.m. like a week ago or two. And now we are up to 12 p.m. And in like 2 weeks, it's going to be unlimited. It feels like somebody's just rolling dice.
What about in the future, Lordy? What do you see the curfew? What do you think is going to happen with the curfew in the future?
Well, I have a bet going with a friend where I predicted that we'll rise up in cases again by end of August. And if I win the bet, I'm going to get a free day of beer. So I predict that will happen.
I haven't heard
a whole
that.
evening.
Yeah, I haven't heard that as like a way of measuring beer before. in days.
In the evening. How do you do that in America then? Like, you go out and then you pay at the end of the night. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That does sound.
Oh, he's gonna cover your. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, fucking nice. Like I'm on my way into the tram and it's packed with shit.
Dude, nice.
Fucking hate
Can we get
people.
you to say something
Yeah.
really scary to freak out all the people in the tram?
I think they probably don't understand enough if I'm mumbling into my mask. It probably wouldn't matter. I already look like a crazy. I already look like a crazy person talking to myself in the tram.
Can you just shout, I think furries are the future?
Well, I don't think that. I don't believe that.
Oh. You don't, why not? They're growing in numbers exponentially every day, I think.
Exponentially.
I can't hear you, Lordy.
Yeah,
No,
but-
you're mumbling too hard.
I'm just dropping it for now because it's awful in public transport.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay. All right, thanks for being
Bye.
on, Lordy. Bye.
Sure.
You have fun with your drive home, Moxie. You have fun continuing to make your meal.
Yeah, it might be done next time you phone in.
Oh, hell yeah.
And then I can get to the computer and talk about the future and be in on everything.
Daryl, are you doing anything right now? Or are you
I
listening?
am loitering right now, trying to think of something about the future that is worth talking about, but that's for
Daryl.
future Daryl to come up with.
You gotta take after these other boys. They're living in the present so that their future can be bright. You know,
I know.
They're doing stuff.
I'm working. I'm editing right now in between this and listening to Moxie cook as I edit.
That sounds
Hell
pretty
yeah.
relaxing.
I'm not even listening to the stream. I have no clue what anyone said
I
on
sort
there.
of got that feeling. I sort of got the feeling that nobody's listening to the stream.
Now,
I can't,
future Daryl's
man, I
gonna go
can't.
back and rewatch it. That's a lie. I just lied to you.
Whatever. All right, boys. Thank you. Thanks for being the boys. I'll be back to you in a little bit, like an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye. Oh, did I put the boys thing on? Oh, I did. Good. Look at that. And I'll take this off for the first time. Hell yeah. All right. Number's back. 518-288-7938. Call in. Tell me about what you think is going to happen in the future. Anytime. You know, tomorrow, the next week, next year, 100 years, 100,000 years, 100 billion years. I can't say that's going to be a particularly interesting conversation, what happens in 100 billion years, but maybe you got an idea. Maybe you got a hypothesis. That's what we're here to find out. Nobody's wrong. 518-288-7938. There are a bunch of calls that are just being rejected for unknown reasons. Google is just saying, no, these people are not worthy callers. Fuck you, Google. I'll be the judge of that. All right, let me call someone who called in then. How about this person?
Yo,
Who's this?
this is Chrono Tango.
Yo, Chrono Tango, what up?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just got home, ate some Oreos, took a dump.
Dude, what? You
Yeah,
got some
yeah,
Oreos
you know.
as soon as you got home?
Well, I took the dump first. I just came out to the kitchen to eat some Oreos.
Dude, when you eat a lot of Oreos, do your dumps turn pitch black like mine?
You know, I was just in my head. I was thinking about your Oreo story.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
No,
that
I haven't eaten quite that many Oreos in a while, but
What do you just get? What? You don't
Yeah,
eat,
yeah,
you
I
don't
mean,
eat
like-
a whole box?
see, I don't do it every time, but I do get upset when I notice because it seems like that's what everybody wants to do. But like, I'll eat like a whole like row of them, and then I'll be the asshole that's upset when the rest of it's been eaten.
By others, or by you in your sleep? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
you go
I'm
for
just-
a sleeve. A sleeve is the most that you'll down. That's fair. I got no self control with any of those supermarket cookies. I'll always eat the whole package. Can't be stopped.
Yeah, shoot. The only other Oreo story I guess I had to throw out here real quick is there was like one trip I was on. I was with a family friend. We were on our way to Oklahoma, and we were in his Jaguar, and had a sunroof. We thought that was so cool, and we had like a pack of the like extra large, super cheap off-brand Oreos. And at some point, we got so tired of the Oreos, we just started chucking them out the sunroof.
What an interesting scenario. Cruising in the Jaguar, munching down on off-brand Oreos. And then they just... okay, well, what are you going to do? Okay, the topic is Oreos, so we will continue on this. No, but so we're talking about the future. Did you have are you an amateur Nostradamus? Would you like to give us some predictions?
Ooh. I mean, I was spitting some stuff in the comments there earlier. Just the concept of the internet is such a fascinating thing that I think it's going to be inevitable that I don't know about some sort of consciousness, but some system is going to be set up that like people are going to just fundamentally be able to interact with just the simplest of stimuli, and that is going to start like a whole, like you run a company just using a small internet server, and it's runs more efficiently than anything has in the world, at least at the whatever this system might be, could run more powerful than anything we have right now. Say like you run a whole ship off of little one word maybe stimuli, like the captain is trying to tell the engineers to do something with the crank up, give me more power, Scotty. And but it's just like a 2-word interaction. It's just like just some gibberish sounding thing, and then some gibberish gets fed back, and it's like several paragraphs worth of information was just transacted there.
Are you talking about like what a caller was talking about a little while ago, like some sort of ubiquitous AI internet that like that's what's running the show? You're just giving your little inputs?
Well, I don't think necessarily it's running the show. I mean, with YouTube, when saying the algorithm, when that was such a popular thing, it kind of makes it sound that way. But I just don't think artificial intelligence is going to be any worse necessarily than what's going on now. If it's running the show, perhaps it could in some capacity, but it's going to be like autopilot. It's not going to be able to know that it needs to change direction in any way. It is going to demand input at some point. So I don't feasibly think that the robots are going to take over and hook us up into a matrix situation.
You don't think they could figure that out? With like cameras and shit? Or gyroscopes? Accelerometers?
It's possible. That's the other aspect of I watch a lot of movies. I'm thinking about the movie Passengers, and it otherwise being a pretty bad movie. Not pretty bad, but it just wasn't good. The whole ship was run by a computer, and it was going to carry everybody all the way through space. The computer was going to do everything, and then it started having a computer, like they ended up flying through like a meteor storm that they didn't predict, and it ended up waking up one of the characters, and then slowly waking up more characters as more like subsystems started breaking down. So there's that aspect of it for me, at least,
that they'll need
we
to be
can
people.
design something that will work very well, but that system is going to need human input at some point.
What about two things, I guess. What about the idea that, like, as technology assists us more and more with these sorts of jobs, duties that we need to do, do you think that could lead to just like an overall dumbing down and like taking away the skills of people? Like those skills won't be as important to learn because like really all you have to learn is how to manage the AI, and you don't have to actually manage the ship, the barge, since that's the example we're sort of going with.
That is an important point, because there's like when they were making the NASA rockets, they whatever NASA engine, it turned out that turns out our welders don't know how to make these anymore, and the old assholes didn't write any of it down, like these teeny little details that they just knew, so they had to like rework the plan so they could just mass produce them.
Right, like the more we have to rely on.
Yeah, the more we rely on our technology, the dumber we get. I almost wonder if there's going to be, like, there's going to be things that become so specialized that it's going to be like, I keep wanting to say in a spaceship. It's such a good analogy. Just real quick, microcosm for the world. There's going to be, like on a ship, there's going to be like a crew of maybe 2 or 3 guys that just happen to know. Like there's going to be in each field someone who knows everything, at least as we conceive of it now. And that person's going to be the backup for everything else. Or maybe 2 or 3 people that roughly understand enough to get most of the work done in case the automated stuff fails. There's always going to be a place for people in the world in the future.
But it sounds like there's not going to be a place for unskilled people, though. Like, I mean, what happens when, to all the people who, they aren't running a spaceship, their just job was in a factory or something, and they're, we can replace them easy peasy.
Yeah.
What do they do? What's their future?
Well, I guess that's, I don't know. I mean, in the years as
should we just kill them?
Doesn't. I don't think that. I would never suggest eugenics.
Seems like an easy solution, though. I mean, like, if everything's all automated, like, that was like the big reason why we need all these goddamn people, is like they got to do all the work. But if the work's being done by the robots, what do we need the people for?
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't need the work done by the people necessarily, and there are always going to be those little offshoots that are going to be able to do the little niche stuff that's maybe the same field. I guess kind of the idea where everything becomes like robot controlled, and of course AI. Porsche is working with some new tech, and they are making better engines because the AI can perfectly 3D print motor parts. I lost my train of thought. I feel
what
like
about your job?
Now.
What's your job? Are you safe?
I feel like I'm fairly safe with what I'm doing now. I mean, I'm cutting grass. I'm a grounds crew, so.
Dude, what? You're not safe?
Okay. I mean, yeah. So what? Google's already, they use goats, and then I know that robotic
Wait, what?
lawnmowers work now. Yeah, Google, instead of using lawnmowers, they bought 100 goats for their headquarters to chomp down the fields.
That's pretty funny. How do you feel about that? Do you think you might be replaced by a goat sometime soon?
That would be an interesting way. Like, I'm trying to think of how I'd tell my girlfriend that, oh, that's my job. It's like, oh, yeah, they just bought a shitload of goats.
You can't keep up with that. You can't compete with goats.
Well, but
it's in their nature. They love chewing grass.
I can kind of see something like a CNC router. Like, there are certain parts of like trying to cut out a pattern that you have to program it to do. So I wonder if something like that's going to happen where, maybe I'll just become the guy who starts programming the like yard cut paths.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this a second ago. It seems like a lawn mowing Roomba would be a really bad idea.
Right away, it sounds pretty bad. But if you just had like a giant CNC like router just to come down out of the sky and perfectly cut the grass, that's a super absurd way to look at it. I can see Monty Python doing something like that in a movie. But
so you feel pretty much safe then? That seems far enough away that that's not going to,
It seems vastly more like just saying, I mow lawns for a living. Like, that sounds pretty dull, but as with anything, it can get fairly complicated. Of course, like machining stuff they've already figured out. And then
do you think people, do you think society as a whole would accept a massive decrease in the quality of services if those services all became ridiculously cheap because they're all done by robots?
Well, it's at least with like providing services, it comes down to good customer service or convenience. And if it isn't more convenient, then what's the point? Like K-Cups.
It's cheap. If it's
terrible,
cheap as hell.
Terrible. They're you buy a K-Cup, you put a cup in, you brew a cup of coffee, and then you're out the door. But when you throw that K-Cup away, even if you throw it in a recycle bin, it gets sorted out, shipped out to Canada, and then they burn it to use as fuel in a power plant. They don't recycle it. They just burn it. It's a little things like, as long as it's more convenient, then that's where you get a shitty product. It has to be convenient in its shittiness.
You're telling me I give Canada power every time I make a K-Cup?
Well, Canada, Montana, anywhere where it's chronically colder than at least 70 degrees.
That's where they're burning this trash?
Yeah. They gotta rise up the local ozone holes that way.
All right, hey, Chrono Tango, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
I'll talk to you soon.
Sure, bye.
Bye. 518-288-7938. Let's see if Google will start. Oh, good.
Call from
Tim.
I think I know. Tim?
Hello. How's it going, man?
Hey, Tim. Our regular Tim.
Yes, regular Tim. All right off the bat, I listened to when you were talking to Grayson on the fucking show last week.
Yeah.
I feel the need to explain my horrible racism.
When were you racist?
Well, she went on and said that I'm prejudiced against Europeans.
And you would like to
and
clear
I feel the
air?
need. I need to clarify.
Sure.
Need to clarify. First off, it's true, absolutely true. Not towards just like white Europeans, though. There's nothing cringier than like a self-hating, person. Where it's like, that's pathetic. But it's just, I feel like World War I, World War II, the Holocaust, the communist purges, I feel like that just wiped out all of the hardcore people in Europe. And just since then, the generations that survived, it's like evolution. It pruned the tree of like aggressive, cool people who go against the grain of totalitarian governments. It's just a continent of cuckolds. And anyone who chooses to immigrate there or live in Europe deserves what they get.
Is that all the people who died in World War II were the people who were against totalitarian governments?
Well, no, it's just like anyone with any get up and go. Anyone with any energy at all. They're the ones who died. Like if you just slunk away, you survived.
The go-getters.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they were good people. Okay, I'm saying the good and the bad got murked, and that's why Europe has been completely fucking irrelevant since World War II, except for, the fucking commies.
The good and the bad are gone. All that's left in Europe is the ugly.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, it's totally true. Not a self-hating white person. I think if anyone who isn't white moves to Europe, they should be, they should be marked. They should be branded for choosing to prop up a decaying continent. I think it should just rot into the ground. I think China should feel free to invade every European country. And, if any of them manage to put up resistance, then they've earned the right to live.
I just want to say to the audience, just speak to the audience, that feel free to take Tim out of context here. Feel free to quote Tim as saying, I believe any non-white person who moves to Europe should be branded, should be marked.
Oh, yeah, I got to watch what I say.
Okay. Cool. All right.
But it's not because it's because they're helping Europe. It's because they're making Europe better. And that should be punished. Okay.
Okay.
Second thing, I listened to the rest of the stream, and then you ended the stream sadly looking at the empty boys' Discord room, just going, they're long gone. This is over. This is done. And it was so sad. It became fucking hilarious. I laughed harder at you sadly looking at your empty room than I did any other part of the fucking stream.
That certainly won't be the last time that happens. It's a constant battle with the boys for supremacy.
That's what you fucking get for not having me and Joe in the boys' room.
You guys get in every week. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, through effort, through will.
I haven't talked to Joe in weeks. I wonder if Joe's okay.
See? Maybe he's trying to call in. He was just like, it's not. I can't take the time out of my life to do this. But if you had invited Joe to the boys...
He's got better things to do, unlike you, Tim.
Yeah, I'm free and clear until August 18th. Then I'm going to be fucked for 3 years.
What, is that when you're going to law school?
Yes, that is real. That is actually happening.
God, all right, so that's what the future holds for you. Law school.
Yeah, man. Okay, I got some fucking predictions, though. And I was originally going to go full-on schizo Alex Jones. But then someone already did that, like before you went to the break, and it was just kind of boring. So I'm not going to do that. Instead...
All right, go on.
Instead, we'll just do kind of fun, kind of schizo. So these are things I do believe, but they're just a little bit jazzed up for the stream.
Okay.
All right. First up, I think that, I pay a lot of attention to these things because it affects people I know. And I think what's going to happen is pornography is going to become increasingly prevalent throughout our culture. And I think what that's going to do, especially if VR becomes more affordable and widely spread, is that people are going to become increasingly horny and get increasing numbers of fetishes and sexual addictions. And I think what that leads to, I know you're sex negative, I'm describing your nightmare.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is that people are going to be increasingly unable to fuck each other. Like, how do you go to a bar and say, hey, I need you to punch me in the face while my mom cries? Like, that's what I need to have sex. I'm not interested in dick or pussy. It's hardcore matrilineal humiliation. So there's going to be increased sexuality, decreased actual sex. So what I think will happen is that we'll have free use rooms, Like they just put a hood on you and they put you in a wall and anyone can come by and fuck you. That's the only way people are going to be able to have sex. And, you know, half of them are going to be in like fursuits because that's just insane, you know? That's what I think is going to happen. I think increased sexuality, decreased sex and human connection, leading thusly to free use rooms.
All right. Well, first of all, that's disgusting. And of course, that's what you think the future holds. I wouldn't expect anything else from Tim. But do you think that increased use of porn makes people more horny? Like, doesn't that kill their sex drive if they're always able to be jacked into the pornographic internet? Let's say we were talking about the Neuralink from before, and you got a chip in your brain. You don't even have to like look at a screen. You can just you can just think like of any kind of porn instantaneously.
No, man, because it's like any other drug. You know, it's filling you with dopamine and all those good feeling orgasm chemicals, and it just makes you want to come more. You know, it's not like it doesn't reduce the total amount of cum. It increases your capacity for sex. So I think that increased pornography viewing it leads to increased sexuality.
All right, Tim, as a man who has masturbated, when you do it too much, you do get decreased amounts of cum. That does happen.
Yeah, but you still want to come more. It's not technically the volume of cum, it's the desire to do it. Believe me, I didn't jerk off that entire time I was with Grace in Chattanooga. I came home and came like a quarter cup. You know, I know the way it works.
How honorable of you to not masturbate on your trip.
Well, you know, there was one-room hotel. We spent like the whole time together. There was no way to do it. And I didn't trust like jerking off in the shower and like being able to find like every stray strand, like cobweb of cum. So I was just holding it in.
What a lovely description. Good. Okay. But what about just like, doesn't that just mean people are going to pay more for sex? Like, I agree, then sexuality will get all fucked up if porn is getting more and more prevalent. But doesn't that just mean there's more prostitutes and shit? Like, aren't we becoming more sex positive as a society where we're just okay with that now?
That's the thing, man. Okay. That also leads to, like, what I'm saying is it'll be increased sexuality, but people won't be fucking each other. They'll be fucking prostitutes in their VR, like, vibrator 10,000. Like, I'll be real with you, man. When I got my fucking Donald Trump bucks, I thought about buying a, like, 40-inch plastic ass. Jesus. Like, it's not even a woman. It's just the ass. And that's because I'm all fucked up on porn, too.
Is there any way back? Is there any way out? Can you get unfucked by porn?
I don't know. You can do those fucking no-fat people, but they sound kind of gay. I don't know.
If you buy a plastic ass, but then you vow to only look at the ass, you're not going to look at porn anymore? Your ass is going to be your girlfriend?
I don't know. That may fuck you up too. Okay, but I got other predictions. Okay, I got other predictions, man. I know this makes you uncomfortable, so here we go. This is a little more real, but this is what I really think is happening and will continue to happen. Okay, so I think what's going to happen is that the line between governments and corporations will become increasingly blurred. And that'll just be to give governments like more deniability, like because the Constitution only protects you from the federal government, it doesn't protect you from, you know, non-government entities. Like, for example, right now the Federal Reserve is owned by private companies. It's not owned by the government. It hasn't been for decades. And what I think they're going to do, I've seen this with COVID, is that people are going to spread through this subtle propaganda and lawmaking to behave in a certain way. Like, it's not going to be like a religion, but it's going to be only good people. You know, they get their COVID vaccine. They don't believe this. They always send their kids to public school. You know, they support the government. They're like woke, and it'll always just be like woke consumerism. Right. It's not, you know, it's all just about like going to McDonald's and getting like 10-piece nuggets with each a different color of the rainbow. And I think that they'll put laws in place, just like subtle ones, where it's like, oh, you can't bank with us. We only bank with people who got the fucking microchip, man, who got the vaccine, who got the pride banner on their Facebook profile. And then it won't be like, oh, you're taxed more. It's just you can't work with these companies. And these companies are the biggest ones. So naturally you have to pay more to support these smaller companies.
That's a bit of a terrifying thought. Is that sort of related to like the China like social credit score? Like if we implemented something like that, like you get points and stuff for doing good deeds, for being a good citizen?
Here's the thing, man. That China credit score, too obvious. Like you're not even going to know. You're not even going to know, like, oh, I'm a good government boy, government bug person. I eat bugs and I fucking support everything. You know, it's not going to be that. It's not going to be like a label. It's just going to be, those are the good people. And only good people. We only bank with good people. So if you're a bad person and you don't believe all these things and you don't do all these things we tell you to do, then you're a bad person. You know, it's going to be a black or white thing. I was reading a book about the invention of psychological warfare by the CIA. You know, when it was really, first put down and said, this is psychological warfare, is that you give rewards to people who go along with it and you make everything else a gutter religion. That way the ambitious and the intelligent go along with it because they want the benefits. Damn, I went full schizo Alex Jones. I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to, but I did.
That's what we want. But doesn't that mean that then the fringe would be growing in society? Like if you're making society more and more exclusionary about like what is accepted, doesn't that also mean that the fringe gets larger?
See, that's the balancing act. Because, I said, the CIA first really started doing this when they were working against the Chinese government, against the communists, during the 50s and shit. And the thing was, it didn't work. They didn't fully take into account how many people they'd have to get on board. They pushed too hard. They went too bad with it. What I think it'll be, it'll just be really slow and really subtle until, like, the good is just the societal norm until like only a few, like the way modern Christians, I guess, use snake handlers. That's how they'll be viewed. It's not like you're a criminal, but it's like, oh, those are just crazy weirdos. Don't interact with them. Don't do business with them. And that'll be like the norm. Yeah.
Well, it's sort of easier now than it was because the internet is like the ubiquitous distribution model for information, and like everybody's on it, so corporations can more easily like control the messaging. You get that, like what you're talking about, like how the Constitution and shit is like the most important rules in there are meant to protect us from the government, but like not from corporations. And you see people arguing for that online of this like YouTube and Twitter can censor whatever they want. They're a private corporation. It's a good thing. They should do whatever they want. Like that's the argument. The prevalent argument is that there should be more censorship because they're corporations. They're not the government.
I know, but it's a troubling thing. I would describe myself as like an authoritarian libertarian. It's like, no, you can't do shit to anyone, and we'll have the fucking SWAT team come break down your house if you do. It's like you try to stop someone from smoking in public, you're going to the fucking gulag. We're gonna let them do it. Let them jerk off. Let them jerk off in public. To gay shit. I don't know.
All right. Hey, Tim, thank you for calling in.
Yes, the Minute Hour. Are you going to be cutting down on the time of the streams? Is that really the plan going forward?
Basically, see how it goes today. But I'm just trying to get it a little shorter, a little more concise. 5 hours, maybe?
Yeah. Anyway, sorry I went full schizo Alex Jones. It's just like I have... Grayson's the only one I talk to, and, we disagree. So it's like, I got to go on the internet and tell everyone about the truth.
Oh, dude, that's good shit. That's what we want. We want the schizo shit. Thank you for calling in.
All right. Have a good one, man.
All right. Talk to you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Taking the craziest theories around. Or whatever you got. Whatever. Ooh, unknown.
Call from.
My name is Mike.
To accept, press.
Mike.
Yes.
Yo, what's up, Mike?
Hey. Yeah, nothing much actually. I'm just I'm sitting here. I was just thinking about I was thinking about a lot of stuff actually. Would you like me to reciprocate what's on my mind?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I gotta say first off, your voice, honestly, like I've watched your videos in the past before, and I've always had kind of like a really keen, how do I say it, like tone on your gimmicks, man. It's like almost a similar sense of humor. I'd love to like talk to you in person and get all real with you, but I know I'm just a voice over the internet, so.
Don't you dare get real with me. This is fake shit
I can't
only.
I can't. I have to limit myself in as much disciplinary manner I can, and I will start. First off, you are so familiar to Art Bell. I mean, I'm guessing you've heard of who that is,
Art
right?
Bell? No.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have heard of him. Well,
I don't know who that
I
is.
want you to do this for me, maybe later, whenever you got some free time. I want you to look into who Art Bell was. He passed away around in like 2015 or so, but very reminiscent as to what you're doing.
Sure.
And I appreciate that actually. It was kind of like an open mic, for people to talk, and I don't know exactly what that last guy was leading in about, but in my life right now.
Yeah, dude, you're on.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, can I talk about the Pentagon and their release about the whole UFO agenda stuff going on, unidentified aerial phenomenon, right?
Hell yeah. Go into it.
Russia has reverse engineered aircraft, right? And they're trying to act. Putin's completely oblivious to all of this right now. He's acting completely oblivious to this all, but we have our own stuff like that. Have you ever seen the Cas Bravo explosion? I mean, we dropped huge nukes in places like Bikini Atoll, which is what SpongeBob SquarePants is based off of.
Oh yeah.
Crazy stuff like that. I mean, like.
That's why they can all talk and shit.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Sure, a bit.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Well, it makes me feel better, actually, talking to you. No. That's
honestly,
good.
I haven't put a lot of thought into it.
Actually.
I was very anti-religious when I was a teenager because I was trying to be rebellious and shit. But you know,
the bias of the world,
Right. So I'm in like the recovery phase where I don't really know what the hell is going on.
I haven't even reached the recovery phase yet, but I hope to God I will get there someday. Still going.
All right, so what about the Pentagon, the UFO shit? You're saying we're dropping nuclear bombs all over the place. Where's that lead?
UFO shit. We're talking about dropping bombs. I'm sorry. I love you, man. You're so beautiful.
Dude, you got to say your own things. You can't just say what I'm saying. I
told you. I mean, my name's not even Mike. That's just like it's a really good name.
Okay.
What's your name, by the way? Is it? I know, like, is it Drew Lengois or
no?
I don't know.
That's a different
that's not
person.
You. That's not you. Oh, I'm trying to think.
I'm just a man, anonymous man. I'm wearing that Guy Fawkes mask.
Can I call you Dick Richards?
Sure. You can call me whatever you want, bro. This is
I just like a depiction of you right now, sort of be like some, private eye sitting down in a chair, kind of like at a certain. It would be at such an angle to where your back and spinal position would be such at an allocated glance on reality. I mean, you would be so attuned.
Yes.
I mean, you're just sitting there,
yeah,
and just getting some guy saying you're just getting the feedback and.
That's me.
You wanted to talk about the Pentagon and shit like that, right?
I'm not like, the show's not even about me. It's about you, bro. It's about whatever the hell you want to talk about.
That's such a weird part, though. But see, like, you have the hold on, like, a lot of this. And you are almost like a conduit as much as I am. And I appreciate that.
How are you a conduit, Mike?
Well, I'm telling you shit.
Tell me. You're just talking about me. Fucking god damn it. Tell me about some shit.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. You wanted to get to the point.
I'm not actually angry. I was just pretend.
So, I mean, Area 51 actually, people found out really about it back in 1997 and actually started blowing up.
Mike, where'd you go? Your voice.
Can you
is-
hear me?
Okay, now I can hear
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's the angle. It's something else, man. I don't know.
Dude, your conduit's
Definitely the
not
angle.
working properly. You're not getting good conduit reception.
Let me go get on that 5G and we'll go get radiated and stuff like
right
that.
up. Yeah, hook it right up in. You get your vaccine, Mike?
No. Do you want to hear my opinion on that?
Go
I mean,
for it.
honestly, he probably didn't either, and that's a good thing, right?
I
guess
get my
in
vaccine.
retrospect, like I wouldn't necessarily appeal to anybody else because I want to sort of dictate on my own how I could, try and get on paper or whatever the information that is in regards to the vaccines, what's actually in them. I've heard some stuff from people, but ultimately, like if I wanted to digest in that, I would go in. But I mean, like I'm not necessarily too fond of. If you think about it, they've spent over $500 billion. Actually, Biden just released I think that was the day that they recently did that. But if you think about all the talk about these vaccines and how many of them there are and everything, and how many corporations actually have these vaccines and they're giving them out to people, I mean, for fuck's sake, for one, there's money involved with making the vaccines. For two, there's other corporations independently selling them, so they're getting profit off of this, okay? Mind you that some vaccines require maybe 2, okay? Or maybe 8 billion doses. Maybe one turns you into a little monkey and you kind of like go around on a ceiling and get a little butt shaking around. I don't know. But like stuff like that, and I'm not necessarily the most knowledgeable person in this, like I'm just some guy over the internet. And mainly, if you have any opinion on it, I would suggest looking into it yourself maybe and come to a decision before you think sticking a needle in you is the best idea. Have you ever had like a penicillin shot?
Counterpoint, if you have any opinion on it, don't tell anybody because they are going to call the FBI on you.
Most likely. Like it's supposed to lessen the effects of the COVID. If you get it, when you get the COVID vaccine, it just lessens the effects of it. You can still get it.
Who is
Lessens
this?
the effects.
Who are we hearing right now? This isn't Mike.
Oh, that was me. My voice changes up occasionally. I got to drink some water, but.
Dude, we fucking made
Do you have
COVID.
much water
We
do you
fucking
drink?
the
How much water do you
pharmaceutical.
drink on a daily basis? Like
Me?
how much? Like when you pee, is it actually kind of clear?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's drinkable.
I feel that. Because honestly, I mean, I take a pee a lot too, and I don't think because when I go to the bathroom and I urinate, for one, I gradually feel an increased amount of just like godly power almost. And on top of that, when I look down and it's coming out and I can recycle that maybe 2 or 3 times then, and I can survive in a desert for maybe 5 days off of my own urine. Did you know urine has phosphorus in it? I did a fucking thing in science class actually when I was in like maybe 7th grade or so, but apparently phosphorus is in your urine, and phosphorus actually has an illumination property to it. So it goes in the dark. Essentially, and
Oh, okay.
like,
I thought you meant like
seconds.
like mental illumination, like it was gonna enlighten you.
I think you're enlightened.
Hey, thanks, bro. Okay, wait, Mike,
Yeah, it's all right.
you gotta tell us fucking
Yeah,
something
yeah.
about the future
Yeah.
here. Well, this has been all over the place.
Yeah, no, the Nostradamus. I liked your cover guy. That guy looked really cool with the sword and the 2 guns and
Oh yeah.
stuff like that. Do you have like a mental representation, or what? Like, did you just find, or did you make that? Like, it looks reminiscent.
That's from the zine. You know the zine that we make, the Mighty Lighthouse. We make a zine.
I think I catch your drift,
It's
man.
like a little booklet, and it's got art and
Yeah.
writing and shit. It's from that. It's by a guy whose username is the False Dale Gribble.
That's awesome. It's awesome. I've always wanted to, when I was a kid, you'd talk about the future. That's right.
Yeah. Give us one thing. One
you heard,
future
have
prediction.
you read the Bible at all? I mean, this is just my opinion. I mean,
okay.
Just because I'm talking about this doesn't mean that everything I have to say is factual, mind you. But I personally, I am pretty attuned to I usually what's happening nowadays. I like to apply sort of a biblical stance on it, and
Okay.
I'm not the most religious person, but I do feel as if a lot of it synchronizes and corresponds with what the. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Bible was passed down by like
hundreds and thousands of people over time. Of course, there's going to be some inconsistencies, but I mean, it's not about what's like. The Word of God is the Spirit, right? So the Spirit is what keeps the book together, not just all the little words on the pieces of the paper. But
so where do you see the future times or present times reflected in your understanding of the Bible?
I think people need to be more open-minded about what's happening nowadays, and they need to take more of a mental glance upon what is happening in their lives and what they can do to attribute whatever they deem necessary to make it better. Because if there is definitely an underlying, I don't know how to describe it, but I think everybody has the feeling. You know, we all reciprocate it nowadays. There's always that underlying feeling that something bad is going to happen. I mean, it usually happens every 80 years or so, depending. I saw some research about this guy who wrote a book about how, like, every 80 years, something almost like history repeats itself. It's actually a very true claim, because he did divulge in like very knowledgeable information. I keep repeating the same terms and stuff, but where does the Bible come in? Revelations, chapter 6, Revelations, 4 horsemen, conquest could be Putin. I mean, he likes to conquer. For fuck's sake, he's doing that to Ukraine right now, right? He's trying to invade Ukraine, take it. He's literally, even speak about psychological operations. Putin has Russia doing that right now to turn Ukraine's own people against Ukraine. But if you know anything about the history, man, I think it's it's a spiritual take on it. There's like a queen or some shit that's very like Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know a lot of information in regards to that. But
let's bring it into are you a U.S. a United States citizen?
I mean,
is that doxing you too much?
Sure.
Okay.
No, I'm definitely a United States citizen. I'm proud of that.
So do you think that, like, since we're talking about the Bible and this sort of shit, like, is there some kind of spiritual conflict going on? Like, is that something that's been happening for a while, or now where it's like we're fighting for a certain kind of future? And what do you
think? You think about underlying things, I mean, if you actually look into physics and the way atoms on a molecular level or microscopic interact with each other, a lot of it, I'm going to say reciprocation so many times, but a lot of it is reciprocated outward. So, for example, say something happens on a subatomic level, it's going to ever expand and affect things on a more drastic and a larger scale, right? So that doesn't just apply, that actually applies to everything. Like even what I do in this physical reality can interact with something even bigger or something that we don't see. I mean, we're able to see in 3 dimensions, but we're interacting within a 4-dimensional Tesla. What was the question, actually? What did you ask me?
Well, actually, I'm going to ask you a follow-up question before we even get
to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this a way of saying that things are outside our control? Like, it's these...
No, not at all, actually. Okay. Once you become more attuned and acknowledge that there are... It's sort of... I used to have a saying. It's like there's more to think than what you know, and there's more to know than what you think. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I understand that.
Yeah, because you're almost like you're always going to, essentially you could always learn something new. I mean, it could be even outside of your knowledge source, or it could be from an asteroid that has some sort of chemical or property that we don't have yet on our scale. So it literally could be anything like that.
Are you the sort of guy who is constantly looking for new information to refigure your ideas?
Not necessarily. I'd like to at least gain a sort of information so that I can apply it to whatever I deem necessary to attribute it towards. But I mean, we're just with somebody who supposedly thinks he knows much about what's going on in reality, can't do much, right? I mean, other people would have to sort of agree, and that's where you have a hold on it. Is like, I guess if you really want to know, you got to dig hard for the truth.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, it was great talking to you. I'm gonna cut it off here. It's been about 15 minutes, but
hey, no, it's all right. I appreciate it.
It's great talking to you, man. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. See ya. Sort of an ending. Oh, I can do one more here before I gotta.
Call from
Actually, Mike.
Oh.
to accept.
Mike, real Mike.
Real Mike. Gotcha. All right, outstanding.
What up, dude?
Stan, how's it going, man? Been a minute. Been trying to call you for the past couple of weeks. Haven't been able to make it through. It's kind of wild. The first time I called, I got it in on the first try, and since then it's been nothing. Dead air.
When did you last call? What stream was that?
I think it was the creativity stream. I was the one who was drunkenly rambling about models and shit.
Ah, nice. All right, well, how have things been going since then? You still drinking?
Oh, yeah. Not right this instant, but I think after this call, maybe during this call, we'll crack into something. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm in no hurry.
All right, Mike, so you did make it into the future stream, the Nostradamus. Do you have any predictions you want to tell us about?
Oodles. But before we get to that, there's a couple of things I want to address. The first thing is, after our last chat, you mentioned or you made some kind of quip that I was Italian. Couldn't be farther from the truth.
Really? I was just thinking that again.
Yeah, no, not even a little bit. I'm a bit of a vocal chameleon sometimes. I don't know. I don't know if it's something I'm picking up from you, but it's a thing I do. I apologize.
I gotta say, it's not believe you, Mike.
It's not a. Well, therein lies the rub. You don't have to believe me. That's okay.
It's true.
So that's perfectly fine. Give me 1 second. I actually just had another call come in, but it's from somebody who's in very close proximity. Okay. Give me a second. Hi.
Go for it.
I'm on a thing right now.
Just take that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on a call. It's a stream thing. Don't worry about it. I love you. Okay.
Aww.
Bye.
That was nice.
Have a good trip. Be safe. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I know that makes you uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. That's on me. I'm sorry.
Don't you make fucking smoochy noises on my stream ever again.
Not even a little bit. I apologize.
Bafangul, you fazoo.
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying.
Okay, so that's the first order of business. Not Italian. We'll get to my actual heritage in a second. Second thing is regarding some of the calls I've heard tonight.
Okay.
Do these people need a CAT scan? Like, what is going on? Now, that said, for all the brain damage ramblings I've heard tonight, even a broken clock is right twice a day. There was a grain of truth to some of them, even Tim.
Give me some specifics. You're saying that everybody needs a CAT scan, is brain damaged, but also they're correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Look, you spray enough shit on the floor, you're bound to find some peanuts. All right, like here's the thing. It's I don't know if it's like an intellectual shotgun approach or something, and I'm not coming at this from some sort of like mental elitism, because I'm a fucking dumbass much like the rest of them. But man, how hard is it to form a coherent thought? Like I don't know. That's not even.
What specifically are you disagreeing with?
All right, so one actually, it's without pointing anybody out, this is going to be sort of an all-encompassing sort of thing that I've heard tonight, like a through line that I've heard in everybody's predictions, and we'll get to my own in a second. But so everybody's afraid of Russia, right?
You got a couple Russian mentions.
No. And here's the thing, and this is where we're going to get to my heritage. I am Russian. I don't live there anymore. Haven't for many, many years. And I want to make something abundantly clear. These fears are not unfounded. I don't want to say that Russia is incapable of all of these, or that Putler is and that's what I call him, by the way. I absolutely call him Putler. Actually, I heard that from my mom. I like that. So that's so yeah, I'm not a fan of his either. But here's the thing. Russian people in general are like really stubborn and damaged, and yeah, it's one of those things where like they'll rip each other apart, but woe be upon you if you're from outside and doing the same thing.
So what's your overall diagnosis then? Russia is we shouldn't worry about
Do
that?
I
Who's the
Look,
big...
I'll put it this way. If Russia is going to be the cause of, like, if Russia was going to be the cause of a cataclysmic sort of world-changing or ending event, it would have happened back in the 60s.
Right. What about China?
Honestly, look, so here's the thing about China. I think the problem primarily is with the Chinese government, not the Chinese people, right? Like, again, we're talking about incredibly massive, complex, like, entities with enormous amounts of people.
So you don't want to write them all off wholesale?
Well, do you want people to write off Americans off as wholesale? I certainly don't.
Don't they? Don't they though? Isn't that the sentiment?
Like,
that's what I do.
what's
I'm
the
an
sentiment?
American, and I fucking hate Americans.
Well, yeah, that's part of the tradition, without a doubt. But that's the thing. But if somebody from outside of America starts saying, "Oh yeah, dude, America's fucking," you are like, do you not in agreement, or you go, "Well, hold on,
I fucked those people
man.
up.
Did you? Which kind of Americans did you meet? You know?"
Right.
Because you know, fuck it. You look at the state of California alone. You've got incredible. That state alone has like an insane amount, like diversity of people and mindsets, and and the best part is it hits all of the extremes, every single one of them in every direction.
Sure.
I don't know if that's the best or worst part. It's a very chaotic place. I don't know. I've been to California only a couple of times, and I did not enjoy it. But that's just me.
All right. So you're thinking that the governments are the ones to blame, not the people.
Oh, almost definitely, almost always.
Sure.
It's always it's always a power dynamic, right? It's always those in power and those without, and we've had that since feudalism, and like we've come. It's like a rubber band effect, right? Like we've pulled away from it, we've pulled back, we pulled away. You know, occasionally the rubber band has snapped, and then we've retied it together, and it keeps going. Here's the thing. Here's some of the stuff that I do agree with that I heard tonight. The whole concept of like applying microtransactions to life, 100%. We're going to see that everywhere. That's one prediction. We're going to see that absolutely everywhere, and
like where we've got embedded technology that are springing.
So here's the thing. I don't know if it's going to get as bad as implanting microchips that control your emotions. Sure, I guess anything's possible, I suppose, if you can convince enough people to do it. But like, let's put it this way: if that is going to happen, it's going to happen over a very long period of time, maybe even a generation or two, because it's not going to be an overnight sort of like they're going to put up genetic clinics to implant you with, you know, we're not going to go from today to day of sex overnight, is what I'm getting at.
But what if it's not the emotional thing, but it's just like, I remember there's some short film that was going around the internet a while ago that was like, you're just walking around like a city in a store, and you just got this graphical overlay all the time, and it's just like little fucking animated avatars popping out at you from the cabbage, and it says like, buy cabbage, you get 50% off, like tickle my belly and you'll get part of my rewards program. Where
So
it's just like
getting
nonstop
advertisements, are you talking like bombarded with advertisements everywhere you go?
Like, yeah, if you had some sort of like, the idea is to have an overlay over your eyes. It's probably due to an implant or something. But yeah, just like having that.
Who's to say we're not doing that right now?
Well, we maybe got like the baby phase right now where like we're trying to get people softened up to it, but it's all relegated to the little smartphones and the computers and shit. What about when it's actually in us? You can't turn away.
No. You can go into any major metropolitan city in the country without any technological devices on your person, and you can be bombarded with it everywhere. Like you get on a bus, you're going to get at least 5 advertisements like standing at the bus stop, getting on the bus, while you're in the bus, getting to your destination, you get out. On that other bus stop is going to be another ad. It's already happening. Like this is 100%. Yeah, it's here. And the best part is they figured out you don't need all them fancy gadgets to do it.
But wouldn't that make it more effective? Like if it's just blasting you, like right now it's kind of passive, absolutely, where it's like you can look away from it. But what if it like became a 3-dimensional like CGI fucking whale that crashes into your vision? It's like, watch this whale movie.
So the way I see it is there's one driving factor that will bring up all these technologies and will make them all prolific, which is am I hello?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Which specifically is greed. That is the driving factor. So long as implanting people with this shit is profitable, yeah, that'll happen.
So
but right now, I think the technology is, as it stands, I think this technology is more expensive to procure than it is to implement.
Okay.
Or the boons that come from it are not going to be financially viable for like laying down the infrastructure. Because again, you're gonna need an infrastructure for all of this stuff to work. It's not, we talk about like, oh, they're gonna implant us with microchips and they're gonna be okay. Well, like, what's going to power them? What are they going to transmit? And there was mention over like AI and stuff, and how like that's going to take over and do all the thinking for us. At least where it is right now, and I speak from like some level of like from a minor level of expertise. I work in IT, like on the very low ground level, like at the bottom of the totem pole. But computers are profoundly fucking stupid. It's the best part about AI is it will never do anything that we don't tell it to do first. And even then, we can tell it to do contradictory things, and that's where it glitches. Like, what was that? I don't remember where I read this. It was some like offhand Reddit quote or some shit. I don't know. But I'm not worried about the first machine that passes the Turing test. I'm worried about the first one that fails it on purpose. Right? It's like, have you seen Ex Machina?
No. Oh yeah, actually, yes.
Oh. Yeah, right? Like that if we're gonna talk about like a whole spooky AI situation, yeah, that's one of them. That's an interesting one. But even in that situation, like I think that movie is more fiction than science, but it's certainly enjoyable. Gets you thinking.
Do you think in our lifetime that AI will reach a point where it's the opposite of what you said? Like it will be able to do things beyond human input?
Shit, I hope not. Fuck.
You don't think that it's like that's going to happen?
No, I literally mean what I said is I hope not. Do I think that it's possible? Man, for me, it all boils down to how you're going to power it. Because I think, because even like, I don't remember who it was earlier that said this. Well, it might have been Joey. But right now, the way machines pretty much approach things is brute forcing. That's not entirely true. Like we've built more complex algorithms that sort of shorten that process down. But at the end of the day, like everything eventually translates down to raw resources and how you're actually going to fuel these things. Right?
Dude,
Like,
but what if we can
you-
power it with our own fucking biofuel? What if we're the power, the meat machine?
Well, where are we going to get the power? We still need to power ourselves in order to, we need to eat, right? We need to eat.
But
we
we
need
can just
to
eat bugs.
rest. We need to do all of that.
We can just eat
we're
bugs
not-
and sawdust for the rest of our lives.
You're telling me the machines are going to make us eat bugs and sawdust for the rest of our lives?
Yes.
You think and you sincerely think that is the most efficient way to get energy out of us? For the machines to utilize afterwards? Oh, come on. Those are some stupid-ass machines.
Hey, I'm no machine, but it sounded like a good idea in my head 5 seconds ago. What'd they do in the Matrix?
Look,
They're going to put us all in the pods, the biopods.
The way I see it, you know what? That day can't come soon enough, man. Plug me in. Let's go.
All right, hey, Mike, thank you for calling in.
I appreciate it, TMH. Have a good one, buddy.
You have a good one, man. Nice. That day can't come soon enough. Hell yeah. Okay, gonna take a 6.5 minute break here, and then we'll be back with more calls.
Kung Fu Panda 3.
Kung Fu Panda 3 was the...
I don't think, that's not going to fly in the future. That's now.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are talking about the future.
Oh, yeah, we're talking about dating. Of course, we're talking about Kung Fu Panda 3 is the modern way of dating. We all know that already. The future of dating, me and Daryl are having a disagreement. Like, I think COVID's going to keep going, and COVID cops are going to, mandate dating people. Like, they'll find people who are vaccinated, and they'll have, be able to force you with other people who are vaccinated. I think that's one way they're going to get people to go into the vaccination thing, because, they're giving all sorts of perks, donuts, guns, whatever it is now. They're going to have dating be a part of it. Like, if you get a vaccine, you will be matched with someone.
That's completely different than what I think. I think that this is that's a very 1984 perspective. And what I think is everything opens back up. We go back to normal, and you can just date freely how you want with who you want. So then people start doing this thing, which someone on the stream, I think a few weeks ago, I don't know who, but someone mentioned piss kissing. I don't know who it was, but that is the future of dating, in my opinion, is this piss kissing trend.
I think that's idealism. That's idealism. That's not going to happen. That's a dream
future
world,
reality. And for the viewers that don't know, piss kissing is where you're at two urinals right next to each other, and you just give each other a little kiss while you're pissing. But this is that's the present. In the future, what I'm thinking is we have just a communal bathtub in the middle of a public restroom, and everyone gathers around it and pisses simultaneously, and you just kiss who's ever across from you. And it's kind of like speed dating, but you're speed pissing, speed piss kissing.
Yeah, and I don't
think
that's realistic. That's an ideal future. That's
it's completely realistic. Do you know how much we spend on urinals?
That's not going to happen.
One bathtub cost half of the price of 6 urinals.
I don't know.
And that's a fact.
Okay, well, I mean, we're going to talk about this further, I'm sure, but
so there's going to be
let's move on before we get
piss
angry.
Troughs. That'll be the preferred method of matchmaking. How do you avoid the people who are unvaccinated at the trough if there's not the COVID matchmaking cops?
You won't have to. COVID's the present. This is the future. It no longer exists.
No. Okay, I'm talking about the near future, okay? Right now we know it's Kung Fu Panda 3. That is the modern dating. We're moving beyond that.
We can agree on that.
Yes, we agree on that. You know,
you don't think that
maybe both of us can be right. Maybe it goes to the cops, and then after all of that, after that, it can go to the trough. It goes from the cops to the trough. Maybe that's how it could work, but
you don't think there'll just be more Kung Fu Pandas, Moxie? I mean, can't they just keep making those forever? Couldn't the future just be Kung Fu Panda 12?
That's kind of like a very nostalgic mindset.
Now they're really geared towards children. No adults really go into that. Kung Fu Panda 3 is about as far as you can get with that.
That's like as sexual of a DreamWorks movie as you can ever accomplish.
Agreed.
Yeah. That was the golden era of DreamWorks sex movies.
Hey, Toner.
I think if you never fucked to hey.
Yeah, no, Lordy, not now.
No, you're gonna ask for my take on the piss
All right,
troughs.
give us your take. Give us your take.
My take on the piss troughs. Well, I don't know. I think usually when you work yourself closer to a utopia, you there's always this sort of sexual element to it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look back on the Pax Romana, the Roman Empire, everyone was having these orgies in their saunas and everything like that. And history repeats itself. So once we reach our new Pax Romana, I think the saunas and the orgies are definitely coming back. I'm all for the piss troughs. I think it's inevitable.
You think so? You don't think that's some idealist future that's not going to happen?
I mean, sure, there's going to be some things that are undesirable about the piss troughs. I mean, we're kind of looking at the future with some rose tinted glasses. It's like when we're visualizing these piss troughs, like it's going to be the norm. It's not going to be
glasses.
some piss tinted glasses, exactly. But I think it's going to be inevitable. I don't think you can deny that.
I apologize for being optimistic, Moxie. Are you happy?
Optimism is going to be what gets us there. Okay, if we're thinking it's never going to happen, then it's never going to happen.
I'll apologize too, because I don't think I'm taking into account how many people are going to die from COVID over the years. I did not take that into account. There will be a need for this idealist future with the piss kissing and all that. I think it will happen.
Once we weed out the non-piss kissers.
Exactly. Once the population's under control, then everything's all right. We get our peace, and then we get our piss troughs. That's the natural course of things.
But
I concede. I do think that it is possible that there will be the COVID cops going around matching people up, but I do think that the trough in the future with the piss kissing is the future. It is ideal, and it will happen.
Exactly. And do you know what the main dating app will be? Wizard 101, of course.
Oh yeah, that is the future. Yeah.
I already use that as my dating app of choice.
To bring this into the present here, I think on Tinder they already you can get a little vaccination badge on Tinder, so you can suss people out right there, like whether or not you wanna bone them based on their vaccination status.
I can do that by going to the grocery store and just seeing who's not wearing a mask, man.
I just want to go back to this piss trough idea, and like, how do you manage to not have like piss all over you when someone pisses like straight against the wall that ends where you
Someone's clearly never been in love.
Dude.
They don't have piss troughs where you are, Lordy?
That's the expected outcome of the piss trough.
Piss troughs, like opposing piss troughs in Australia. We just have spiders and skin cancer.
Whoa, wait. So that's an interesting point. Would this be a piss trough where you're facing someone across from you, pissing into the same trough?
Yeah, that was the idea.
Bathtub in the very center of the bathroom. So instead of stalls, instead of urinals on the wall, a single bathtub in like a 40 by 40 room, tiled room, and you all gather around like 20 people circled around this bathtub, and you speed piss kiss, like speed dating whoever's directly across from you,
because you could be like shuffling around the whole time. Like you don't have to be planted in place pissing, because you got the whole bathtub there.
You're like, this guy's not pissing in the way I want him to. So you just move over.
Yeah.
You're like, this person has a good stream.
Yeah, you don't want someone with a little.
Go for someone healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd still end up with like piss all over you, because if you piss against like a wall, then the piss reflects up onto the person like opposite of you. Like small piss.
You say that like you don't want piss on you.
There's also
it depends on
in this future
or not, wouldn't it?
You're pissing into a reservoir like you would now with a toilet, but it's just a very large one that a lot of
because we're talking about the future. This is also like I'm taking some inspiration from Animal Farm, which is clearly telling about our future. Yes. Since there is a big piss trough in the middle of this room, there'll also be a piss bell, and you'll ring it, and all of the little piggies will gather, and piggies being metaphor for mankind. Mm-hmm. You ring the piss bell, and they know it's time to piss kiss, and they all run into the room and gather.
I feel like I would flourish in this society.
Around and like fight to have a spot at the piss trough. This is the future, man. We're all going to flourish.
Do you guys think that there's going to start being like almost like the mating dances of animals, where just like if you can get the biggest splash and spray, that will attract mates?
I just
sure,
can we go a step backwards? And are we all homosexuals in this future?
It's ideal, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that.
Sexuality
Sort
doesn't
of
exist in the future.
exclusionary.
There's just sex. There's just sex.
Yeah, are there women in this future? Or have we
I
finally
just want to make sure if
figured it
there's
out?
like women that are pissing in. Do these women have penises?
The women are in the tub.
Or
The piss troughs
are
are
they just
inclusive.
using a
They're
funnel?
good for both reproductive organs.
I am still confused by this piss trough idea.
Lordy,
Australians,
what's
am
not
I
to
right?
get- Yeah, exactly. You're freaking
The-
upside down.
Yeah,
The
backwards
technicalities
nation.
don't make sense. Sorry, we're like upside down. And so if you piss into a trough, it would like spill back onto you right away.
Which is
Okay,
hotter
dude,
than
in the
ever.
future, this is a worldwide thing. We can't all just go walk into the ocean like you do, okay? We have to have a room. We need a trough. It's a social thing. That's the ideal future. That's what's
It
going
could be like the once you're in a relationship,
See,
once
you're
you
welcome.
once you have pissed kiss with someone, then you can take them out and go and piss wherever you want. Like you walk into the ocean and just enjoy each other's warm water.
Well, I think it's kind of like it'd be really romantic though if you're like on your 50th anniversary together. You're like go back to the first piss trough you ever met at. You're like, this is where we first.
that's cute.
Yeah. Kids are going to be asking their parents at what piss trough they first pissed
Do you
together.
remember your
Exactly.
first piss? Yeah.
So where do you guys land on stream enhancing drugs?
For your piss
Oh,
stream,
I
you
don't
mean?
know.
Yeah, for your piss
I
stream.
mean, I don't know. I'm fine with that. It's just essentially Viagra for your piss. We already accept that, performance enhancing drugs. This isn't a competition. It's love, man. Anything
You don't
to
think
make
in
it
the
better.
future we'll sort of phase out the need for performance enhancement? We won't be beyond that yet. We won't
I
become.
I think it'll be the norm.
Yeah, I
you
think
know?
it'd be ubiquitous.
Can we get a piss count? How many times have we said this word? Because like we don't need to
not enough.
oversaturate the word before the future.
What happens when someone is at the piss trough and they turn around, they take a dump in there? Is that like a big power move? Does that make them the alpha, or is that a
That's
degenerate?
disgusting.
They get
horrible.
stoned to
God,
death.
what kind of fucking fantasies do you have?
That is
Jeez.
so gross.
I was just trying to.
You can go do that in the ocean. Jeez.
So, what about like at home? Do we have normal toilets still or piss troughs?
You got instead of a coffee table in the living room.
So, the
yeah,
whatever you
toilet's
do in
like
the comfort of your own home.
Yeah, it's like masturbation, exactly.
I'm just like wondering about the future, like if we, because I don't know. Sometimes I like to sit down to piss, just because it's comfy, browsing your phone.
You're gonna get weeded out real quick in this future. Larry.
Well,
Not gonna have.
you could sit inside of the trough.
I'd rather
Don't
not.
do that.
That's like,
Don't do that.
that sounds awful.
That's bad form. Okay, hey, thanks for the piss talk, boys.
The
All right, yeah, we'll
talk.
keep discussing it. We'll figure it out, I'm sure.
Yeah, really get into the weeds about this. I want to figure out the ins and outs of this.
And
All right.
we
What?
get it?
No.
And the we about it. That was a good joke. Acknowledge me. Give me props.
Hey.
Thanks.
Hey.
I'm leaving without a word. I refuse to acknowledge that. Okay. The number's back. I just turned off Do Not Disturb mode. To call in, the number's 518-288-7938. Call that number. Talk to me about the future. Your predictions. What do you think about the piss future? Oh, foreign call. Foreign national.
Call
Doctor.
from.
Milk.
To accept, press 1.
What? Milk?
That's
Milk?
the one.
Oh, yo, what's up, dude?
Oh, no way. What's up?
Yeah, dude, what's up? You're on.
Hey. Fuck, I'm tired. Future.
Where are you
Admit
at?
I
Where
go
are you at,
so
bro?
much.
What's your crazy accent? Where are you?
This is Australia.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good, good.
I got a cover fucking screen down. This is all over the goddamn place. Like 8 in the morning here. I got off night shift. So I'm all kind of fucked.
Dude, I wish I could understand a word you're saying. Something about the night shift?
Yeah, night shift at work.
Okay.
I will try and talk.
Dude, you're on, you're ready. What do you want to tell us about the future? What do you think's going on? Or anything that we've been talking about on the stream?
Man, I reckon we're heading towards just a really interesting technological shit show. I would say, yeah.
In what way?
We got we got all these things available to us right now. You think the internet, you can go online, you can look up how to build pretty much anything. You know, go on there, convert water into hydrogen gas, blow it up if you want. And that's 20 years since the internet's been around. Imagine 100 years from now, after we're all long.
Well, what do you think? What do you think is the future of the internet? I mean, when I think of the internet, I think about how it used to be fun and interesting, and now it's like 4 websites.
It is now for, I suppose, most people and what they spend a lot of their time on. But it is more than that at the end of the day. And you can go on there and find anything, and people do. And they do some crazy stuff. Like you can go up, even on YouTube. It's a bit of a, it is washed. It is the only thing out there. Still, people are doing some interesting things. You got some random guy going out, getting a bunch of motors, making a flying motorcycle out in the middle of nowhere.
That's pretty fucking radical.
Yeah, and it's 2020. What's like 2080 going to be like?
Right. Well, that's the question. Is like, do you think the internet will continue to grow, or has it reached its growth peak and it's just now it's going to become more and more restricted?
Restrictions, surely. I hope we don't see, what China's seeing. But Australia's had a few things in place. They signed an agreement with, Facebook. I don't know exactly how it works. Basically, they have to pay the news networks to have their stuff on the internet.
Right.
So we're going to see a lot more.
Yeah, I read about that a little bit. Wasn't there some weird shit going on in Australia at like the height of COVID where people were like having government agents dispatched to their homes based on Facebook events that they created?
Yeah, I've seen plenty of that. People trying to report even on events saying that they're going to show up, and they get happened in Australia with a thing in Victoria.
Yeah, so like if in your just general idea of the future, you're saying the internet's going to be the thing, eh? Like how do you think we interface with the internet in the future? Are we on phones and computers, or do we got the implant shit going on, or some other crazy thing?
Oh no, I don't know if it'll be Elon Musk. Everyone fanboys about Elon Musk, but I don't think it'll be Elon Musk. We will have some sort of something going on. Google Glass.
Right.
Fucking failure.
Google ass.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the kiddie stuff. Next thing, they're going to be putting that into our eye. Little tiny implants. It's going to happen. We'll be alive. I don't know, but it will. Thousands of years.
Are you pro or anti the implants?
I'd be pro implant. Fuck, I'm going to die one day. Why not?
What if
get something in?
What if they gave you an implant that said you'd never die? Like, hey, you got this implant, and instead of dying when you die, you get to go to fucking VR heaven and live your beautiful, most loved life, whatever you want, everything you want.
If VR heaven exists, yeah, cat girls. Not gonna lie.
You're gonna do it?
I would take that. 100%.
Dude, why?
As long as you can turn it off. because, you know, you don't know what infinite life is going to be like. You might get bored, flick a switch. Will it happen? Probably. Maybe. We're getting close in terms of, you know, the millions of years of human history.
So you'd volunteer for VR heaven if you knew that in VR heaven you could stop whenever you wanted.
Yeah, that would be. It's not. Nah.
It's not what?
If you can turn it off.
If you can turn it off. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be interesting, I guess. I would still be terrified of that. Just like, because I would be paranoid that I wouldn't be able to turn it off. That'd be fucking stuck, and then it's VR prison forever.
Yeah, who runs the VR heaven?
Exactly.
Who runs the VR heaven?
Exactly. That's what I want to know. This goddamn thing that doesn't exist. Who's in charge?
Yeah, I try to keep my predictions optimistic, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, what do you think about in your lifetime? Is there specific things that you're worried about that you're going to have to deal with?
I'd be worried about the government for sure becoming more totalitarian. This is already happening in Australia. It's already happening elsewhere in the world. Everyone knows this. Everyone's watching it. Everyone's talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But just keeps rolling on.
Yeah. Do you?
Are we going to have any? Maybe we're going to have anyone stand up? We might. We might not. That is one thing about the future. Yeah. No predictions. You can't make predictions about people like that.
But you have to. That's the whole point of the show. We're forcing you to do it.
All right.
Do you think there could be like if the governments in a localized manner are becoming more totalitarian, and maybe the internet has something to do with that, just because it's kind of an easy way to distribute bad information and make it real? Do you have any concerns about like a global governance sort of situation, the globalists, as Alex Jones talks about?
No, I wouldn't worry too much about the globalists. I don't think nationalism is that's going to stay.
Yeah.
As long as Russia and China are at least, nationalism is going to be around for a while. I don't know about worrying about Russia and China. Like,
I think those are
the guy was saying earlier, there's a lot of people. I don't think many of them want to push the button, and they would stop someone from doing it.
So why do you say that Russia and China are the people pushing nationalism the most?
Oh, I don't think necessarily they're pushing nationalism, but they themselves certainly. You can maybe not the people, but definitely the government.
Let me ask you this. Imagine this. A beautiful, utopian, peaceful future. There's no war. There's no conflict because there is a global government. Because there's not. It's not like there's a global It's just the idea that the world's corporations currently seem to work pretty well in sync. Like their whole goal is to make money off the whole world. Like it's sort of an old idea to just try to make money in one country. All the biggest corporations are big global multinational sort of people. So what about the idea that just like government is sort of an old thing and that there could be this corporate global governance where it's not so much like about, I don't know, like fucking bureaucracy, but it's just everybody's attached to the same internet. Everyone's getting the same bad information. Everyone's buying all the same shit. Do you see that happening at all? Or do you think everything's going to stay separate?
When it comes in terms of business and government, they're about the same at the moment. With bureaucracy, you look at higher ranks of business, basically a government. So if one got large enough that could control the masses, I don't see it being much different at all.
No. Than the current.
No.
current
Well,
situation?
I imagine there'll be a lot more pushing of the products, and the products will be, you'll have to pay for them and work for them. But do we not do that anyway? It is simply be, a different form.
We got kind of like China is a bit of a window into what could potentially be the tech future, where they've got like, you got like facial recognition to get into a public bathroom, or like to activate a vending machine. You just got to recognize your face and run your social credit score and all that shit. It's all tied to your biometric data or whatever the fuck.
Wouldn't even be able to talk to a real estate agent. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that happening in many other places. I don't know about that becoming the normal everywhere.
Why not?
I don't think that will happen.
Why not?
China's had a foot in the door when it comes to controlling their people in such an extreme manner for years. And I don't doubt they're going to stop while the current government is structured the way it is, and while the people are who they are elsewhere. If they try the way people talk about it, if a government tried something like that, I'm sure it wouldn't go very well. I know that they could use a lot of force, but at the end of the day, what are they doing? They're destroying the workforce. Their morale is a big part of production.
But everybody
and
loves
they don't want to
buying
destroy
shit.
that.
Everybody loves to buy shit. So if like it could all be done under the promise of like you'll be able to buy more shit more easily and have it delivered directly to your porch, like wouldn't people be on board with that?
Yeah, that's why I go to work, man. I work at a shit job in a factory so I can get money to buy things. And things are going to be a hell of a lot easier to buy. And people are going to tell me to buy a hell of a lot more things. But advertisement in and of itself, everyone at this point, I'm sure, knows it's a scam. Not everyone, for sure, the masses, everyone's still buying things. But full scams themselves, that form of advertisement is on its way out, I'm pretty sure.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that? That kind of advertisement's on the way out?
Whatever has happened.
What?
I apologize.
What?
I'm attending the call. I can hear nothing.
Okay, you can't hear
Thank
me.
you.
Hey, good talking to you. Good
Sorry
talking
for
to you.
smoking a shitload of weed before this.
That's okay.
Thank you.
See you, dude.
Goodbye.
I don't know if he could hear me. I thought I just really stumped him with that one, baby. But he just couldn't hear me. Okay. Call in. The number's 518-288-7938. Tell me about what you think.
Call from.
Nikolai.
Oh, I'll talk to this guy.
To accept, press 1.
Nikolai, what's up?
Oh my gosh, I'm on the minute hour. Look at me, I'm Nikolai.
Good to hear from you again, right? We talked before.
Yeah, we talked like 2 times before, man.
Yeah. All right, so what's up?
I don't know, the future?
Yeah, dude, it's happening. We can't stop it. What do you think's going to happen?
I don't know, the future, the minute hour, post some good videos.
Yeah.
Some things, I got a long day, I'm at work, I'm slaving away. Come home, go on my YouTube, look for some funny stuff, and
there's no new minute hour.
No new minute hours. What's going on? Where are the albums? Where are they? What's going on?
I'm working on them, bro.
You working on them? Day in, day out. You just
every
what's
single
going
day.
on?
Every single day I've been grinding. No, I've got the Relay Part 3 is going to be done at some point. Every single year since Relay Part 2 came out, I said that Relay Part 3 was going to come out that year. And this year is no different. That's what I'm saying right now.
I'm not trying to pressure you. I mean, I'm just some random guy that you'll probably never meet or never deal with in your real life.
Don't say that. Don't say that, Nikolai.
I don't know.
We could meet. Anything could happen.
We could meet. I'm in a nearby state. You're in New York. I know what you look like. I could find you.
Jesus.
I could track you down.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
I
state?
saw you in those.
What state are you in?
I'm not going to tell you.
God damn, dude! You're just gonna out my location. That's fine.
I'll do that. No, I won't do that. I'm just a normal guy. Just a regular guy. I clock in. I clock out. I breathe the short breaths I can at the end of the day, and then I go to sleep. But
in the future, bro, you gonna be able to breathe those breaths, or is there gonna be a breath tax?
Yeah, because I got a big boy job and I got a 401k. Finally,
shit.
Health insurance coming my way. Because this whole time I was like, man, oh my God, if I get hit by a car, hopefully, I die.
You just die.
Because I don't want to have to deal with crippling debt and destruction of my credit score, which means everything.
I was thinking that just the other day. It was like really, really hot out, and I was like, I could go for a run, I guess. But if I like collapse, then someone's gonna fucking call an ambulance, and then I'm gonna have to pay thousands of dollars. Like, I wish people would just leave me collapsed on the road so I could just die. That would just be mine.
Well, can I ask you, what is your credit score? Do you know?
I have no idea, but it's quite bad.
You do know though. Go ahead and tell everyone.
It's sub 600. That's all I know.
Sub 600?
Yeah, dude.
What are you doing? Are you not paying off your debt?
I had a membership for a gym about 7 years ago, and I canceled, but they didn't know that, and so that's still going. I think they're still trying to get me.
So this gym has single-handedly destroyed your credit.
And a bunch of other things. It's like that story, but with times 100 with different places.
No, I'm sure you've talked about it on the stream, and I just didn't listen, and you've probably blabbed about it.
No, I don't usually go into my personal finances. This is the first.
It's okay if you do, because in the future, it will matter. I'm sure your credit score will follow you and haunt your at least immediate future before whatever robo score we have to enact that counts our sperm count or whatever.
Oh, dude, that could be the new count, the new credit score, my sperm count.
What is your sperm count?
I'm not, I don't know, but I feel like it's
do you have a potent seed? Do you know? Have you had any near misses with any women where you're like, I don't know, I didn't want to use a condom, but and she was like, well, I had a miscarriage.
No. I'll say this with my all my girlfriends, always been the ye old pull-out method. Never had a scare. Never had a pregnancy scare. So I'm either
I've never heard any bad stories from that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm either infertile or very good at pulling out. But
or your sperm count or your future robo cum count will not be reflecting positively on your financial future.
I'll get it boosted. We'll be able to boost that shit in the future. I'll take my cum booster shot every year.
Ball boosting.
Yeah, inject it right into the balls.
Oh my gosh.
Hell yeah.
Oh, now I'm on the spot now. Yeah, the future. Yeah. Gotta talk about that. Well, I think I'll probably get some kind of cancer. There'll be something that happens. She's flapping about in the background now. I don't know if you remember old Madeline.
Oh yeah. Oh my
God. She's like, Nikolai. Oh, you drank too much, Nikolai. You'll get some kind of cancer.
Now I actually remember you, Nikolai.
Oh my gosh, I feel some sort of personal connection to this guy that makes YouTube videos that I watch.
I do.
My God.
I do lie right off the rip in saying that I remember people because I remember your name, but now I actually remember who you are. You're the guy who called me a cuck. Or you were a cuck.
Well, I'm not that guy. Hey, we're not going to establish. We're not going to establish. Nikolai drinks 12 beers. Sometimes he makes mistakes in his life. There's 7% beers. Not even like 4 or 5. Right?
Jesus Christ! Nice.
Oh my God.
I'm drinking 4.2% beers.
Oh my God. Well, I remember listening to that stream and I was like, these pussies, these homo gays. They're like, oh my God, I had a vape pen. Oh, I fucking love to smoke it like once every 2 weeks. Like, shut up!
Fucking pussies.
You fucking amateurs.
You should be honking on that pen day and night.
Oh my god.
All right, okay. Anyway,
But,
Nikolai. So yeah, now I remember who you are. But okay, yeah, your future. What's going on in your future, Nikolai? Where do you see
my
yourself?
future. Oh, I'm a 27-year-old man. I like to drink a couple beers each night. I got my big boy job. I'm gonna get my 401k. I don't really understand what it means. You know, people are like, oh, the future. You know, I'm talking to all these 60-year-olds, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I was 21 and I fucking put in money in my 401 fucking thing. Then they're like, oh, well, you know, you got to get the one where they tax before they put the money in. And then these other 60-year-olds are like, oh, man, you got to get the one that tax at the end. And then, you know, then they're on their second marriage and they have their kids and they're like, fuck, man, like I'm getting divorced and, you know, my fucking wife or my mother-in-law is a pain in the ass and she's fucking making it hell in the marriage and talking poison to my ex-wife's ear and, you know, I don't know what it's going to be like. I know I'm surrounded by awful, miserable people that are on their like second or third marriage, and they have made horrible, tragic mistakes. And I'm 27. You know, oh, honey, your parents are married still, so that's good. They're the exception. But I'm surrounded by these awful people giving awful advice, and I'm like. I just want to be, and they get these crazy people. They're like, oh, you know, when I retire, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do myself, you know, like, you know, I'm going to go crazy if I don't have to work. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Just fucking play around the golf. Just drink 12 beers and lay down. Like, why do you have to work till you die? What's wrong? You know what I mean? Like, you deal with these crazy people where you deal with these weird, you know, you clock in hours with your teenage year fucking jobs. And then you got these like crazy old people that have just been there for 20 years and they just do that until their bodies break down because I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm just I don't know what's your experience. I'm sorry I've been ranting a little bit. You go ahead and talk.
No, we're talking about you. How are you gonna?
Oh God.
Yeah, that's right. How are you gonna avoid that future? Like, what are they? Just have one wife? That could help.
Well, I feel like, from my experience from talking to these guys, like there's the practice wife. Like there's, you know, you marry her, you do the awful things, like, you know, you're just an awful person and you're not aware of it.
Just to see what you get away with? Oh, you're not aware of it. Okay, never mind.
Well, yeah, you might be aware of it. I don't know. I don't know what kind of garbage people are listening to this thing. Well, there are a few, you know, they're calling. But, yeah, I mean, you do your practice run and then you well, actually my one boss, Brian, his father has had 7 marriages. And so I figure like, yeah, I know. And then, you know, he's got a couple like half Mexican brothers and he doesn't know the rest. And,
I haven't even had 7 girlfriends. I haven't even had sex
like
with 7 people.
7 marriages, like full-on marriages.
My God.
Which is vastly impressive, I think. You think the 6th one would be like a little wary. I don't know. But you know, you deal with some crazy. There's so many crazy people you deal with in your life where you're like, how the fuck did your life be so? How is it so bad? And how are you doing this like menial clock in, clock out thing for 30 plus years? It's really sad and it's really horrible. And you kind of have to. Well, I did. I'm working salary, man. I'm working salary.
Hell yeah.
I know, man. Like I wake up, I breathe, I'm getting paid. I lay down, I poop. I'm pooping, and the second I poop, the second it crests, at that moment, I'm still getting paid. And I feel like I'm like almost a somebody, but I feel like I'm faking it. Like I feel like a fraudulent man, but like I figured it. I'm surrounded by other like fraudulent men that just aren't as smart as I am, even though I'm like not that smart. And it's just working out. It's okay. But I figured it out. Surrounded. Oh, all you guys that are you don't think you're good enough. You don't think you're, you can make it. You're somebody. These guys. Talking to these factory boys. Get in a factory. Talk to somebody. You got to fucking communicate. Talk to some guy at a bar. Oh, hey, you're drinking this? Oh, I like that. Oh, you work for fucking XPNX Incorporated. Oh, that's cool. Oh, so-and-so. Oh, you can get me in as a boopity boppity. Cool, I'll do that. And then you just get in. Just fucking, you hear networking, it's all networking. It's all you know. It's not like, oh, I'm qualified for this thing. It's who I got fucking shit pissed at a bar with, and I think it was a cool guy. Here you have this job.
So, Nikolai, your advice to everyone listening to the stream right now is simply to get a job.
No, it's to go to a bar and randomly run into some guy who has a kind of good job, and then somehow network with him. And that's how your futures work. That's how it goes.
So you think with all
your
these
education,
guys, you think with all these guys whose lives are ruined, like you were talking about, does it have to do with, is it kids? Are kids the money hole? Like maybe they were at a bar trying to network with some lady and then they networked too hard and had a child and then they had to keep working that shitty job forever?
Yeah, I'm lucky. I've shot some mysterious loads. And I've gotten lucky. I'm a lucky boy. They've all. Well, and then that makes me think, what is my ball credit score?
Right.
That's good. Is my seat as potent as I once thought? Is my future me crashing down as the ball counters?
Do you want to have kids?
Well, I don't know. Well, that's actually kind of an important conversation when it comes to the future.
Yeah.
Because I'm a very selfish man. Well, we're all kind of selfish. We want to be happy. We want to live comfortably. And I don't know. There's people who are like, oh, I didn't know who I was till I had kids. And then I totally changed. And then all it was about the kids. And then I talked to my fucking other boss. And he's going through a divorce. And he's got 2 kids. And he works his job all day, which no one wants to do. Right. And, he's sighing constantly. I hear fuck, as he's reading his emails. And that goes on for whatever our 9-hour day is. And then he's like, yeah, I got my kid, and he's got 2 kids. And he's like, yeah, they got their baseball game right after this, and he has to fucking drive and then change cars. And then he's got his fucking ex-wife. He has to pick his fucking kids up at his ex-wife's place and then take them into their game and then sit through, yeah, go, and fucking have their bullshit conversations with these other parents. Oh, that's Jimmy out there. Oh, that's my son. Oh, he plays shortstop. Oh, and you're fucking just, I don't know. I don't know if it's what I want. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that, and then they're like, oh, well, then you become an old man and, you're like, oh, if I only had kids, I could see, and I'd have the grandkids. So I don't know. I think I'm going to make like a just tragic decision that I'll have to deal with. Either I deal with having kids and we'll just fucking do that and I'll live with them and then I'll come see them and I'm like, hopefully they're not gay. Yes, it is, honey. All right. Yeah, hopefully they end up not fucked up or furries, and then or I just don't. I make that decision, and then I just die an old man in some dark place. But I'll have money, so hopefully I can pay someone to tend to me and all that kind of good stuff.
Like your life has got to be somewhat enjoyable now that you're.
Oh yeah, because I get paid salary.
That's right. Your
get
salary.
I get health insurance. Health insurance in 2 months. Once I get through there's a period. There's a period where they got like, are we going to hire you for sure? We don't know. So.
Oh, you just get this job?
Hopefully, ass cancer. Yeah, I just got it. I literally just got the job. Yeah, I have. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I kind of faked my way into qualification. Again, do that. Everyone, just lie. Just consistently lie and meet people at bars.
Go to the
and
bar,
you will find,
lie to an old man.
dude, find old men. Like find
Continue
the
to
nice,
lie.
find a nice like Italian bar, like called. Well, I'm not going to say it, but but you know, there's places. You don't go to fucking Olive Garden. There's nice places where decent folk congregate. That go to the bar. Don't go, you don't have to worry about going to the tables because that's where the families are. But they're at the bar. They're drinking a martini straight up. Don't get with vermouth in it. And that's where they're at. And you just talk to them, and then you'll get a job. You're not going to get it. You think your red pile of resumes? You think they're going to look through your resume and be like, whoa, this guy was in this fucking club in college. He was in the fucking arts and crafts club. We're going to hire him. No. You just got to talk to some. You got to schmooze some guy in a bar, and you'll get your little foot in. That's the only way you're going to do it. Otherwise, you're going to die in your factory from fucking colon cancer that the valves are getting you. You don't know that, but that's your future.
All right. Hey, Nikolai, thank you for calling and sort of in a roundabout way talking about the future.
Hey, man, I hope I was able to impart some wise words
that's some good advice.
The audience. And I wish everyone well. And I'm looking forward to some phenomenal content from you in the near future. Every day, I'm like looking at this thing. I'm like, man, when is this going to come out? I'm expecting it. Oh, I know it's coming.
Don't worry, it's coming. It's all cooking. It's all in the cooker.
You shouldn't feel any pressure whatsoever.
Okay. Done.
All smiles. Well, it was good talking to you, man.
All right. See you, man. Good talking to you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I don't feel pressure. Don't worry. Don't worry about me, guys. Not feeling pressured at all. Feeling pretty relaxed, actually. I was just gonna fucking make that content whenever I fucking feel like it. How you fucking like that? It's coming. It's coming. I don't fucking know. Okay. Call in 518-288-7938. If I don't get someone in 1 second, I'm taking a break. I'm doing it. Yes. I've got it. This is the fucking moment. I just gotta hit it quick before someone calls. Oh, fuck. Did I make it? Is anyone calling? Ooh, a company just called me. Alright, hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. This is probably gonna be the last break of the show here. We'll do like 1 more hour after this. Alright? Here we go.
dress up as Sailor Moon or whatever. But then you go in there and it's like Elmer Fudd in bondage gear, and that's people that's what second
dude.
like that's what Second Life is, dude. That's what it turned into. Elmer Fudd in bondage gear.
Yo, what's up, boys?
Dude, I gotta play Second Life.
Oh, hey, we're just talking about the future of gaming.
That sounds pretty fucking cool. Elmer Fudd in bondage gear. What was that?
Yeah. So
Second Life.
we were talking about like Second Life, which at this point isn't the future, it's the past. But he was explaining to me, what is it called? VR chat?
VR chat, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like all these characters get together and you think it's going to be like something cute, something innocuous. You log on, you're like, today I'm going to role play as, Captain Planet. And then you see like Captain Planet and he's got like 2 foot long nipples and like a leaking giant dick. And
Dude,
that's
in VR, you can interact with all of those.
that is the future of gaming right there. It's going to be nothing but sex perverts, and you're going to be indoctrinated into it when you're like 8 years old, and it's going to be normal. And they're going to teach it to you in school. You're going to put your hand over your heart. You're going to look at the flag, and you're going to say, "I pledge allegiance to VR chat," and all the.
Well, and that's on the open net. And then we were talking earlier about how Nintendo's going to be different because they try to be more family friendly and they lock things down. We were thinking that in Nintendo, you're going to be able to VR rent the different characters to play games with you.
But it won't be sexual?
No. That's not Nintendo, okay?
On their proprietary net, it's all just for fun.
Yeah, you will link up with Donkey Kong and go kill Mario in some game or something. I don't know.
Well, see, now that we're on this like VR chat thing, I can't stop thinking about it. You're gonna link up with Mario and you're just gonna like DP him. Like that's it. Nintendo is gonna make that.
There's gonna be mods for sure.
That's why online interactions are not rated.
Oh, that's true. Because that's what people use the internet for. That's what people use the internet for.
So you guys see just a totally perverted sex future, but it's all virtual perversion. That's not going on in real life, just in VR.
Dude, we're in a totally perverted sex present. We're just extrapolating.
VR is going to come to life.
In the future, you're going to be able to wear VR glasses. You just put them on and you see the world normally. And everyone is wearing these VR glasses. And anyone who's wearing these VR, you can set what you look like to other people in these VR glasses. So if you want to be like Knuckles the Hedgehog with, size G boobs, everyone in real life will see you as Knuckles the Hedgehog with size G boobs because they're also wearing these VR glasses.
Oh, yeah.
And the rest of the world is totally normal. That's what's going to happen.
That's the ideal future. That's the ideal future.
There you go. That's what's going to happen.
This sounds like a XXX rated Black Mirror episode.
Dude, it's G-rated and it's coming to a theater near you in like 3 years. I'm sure of it. Nostradamus, right there.
You won't be able to stop it from coming.
Dude, it's going to come all over your face. That's what's going to happen.
Dude, in
We'll
VR,
all be coming. That's right.
it's not even going to be messy.
So do you think like we could eliminate like even just normal communication? Like if everyone's got the glasses and we're all looking at the avatars, like you could just make eye contact with someone on a bus and like just like through your eyes wirelessly send them like moaning sounds and all the sort of disgusting sexual shit you want to do with them?
Interesting. You probably have to accept some sort of like friend request.
They're going to be like,
once you're in, you're in,
What's the future of QR codes? Like that's what they use now. Easy scan. What's the future of that? Like a certain sequence of blinking or something? Because everything's
maybe they just
implanted in
scan
our
your
brains.
face. We have face recognition.
Blinking Morse code.
Yeah, you've got to accept. You have to blink in the same sequence as someone across from you to start receiving their communiques.
It's like how you pair Bluetooth devices.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to use the password.
But you'll have to be very careful about who you blink towards because, like, that sexy Sonic may look sexy, but it could be a whole freaky fat dude under there. You have no idea.
Who
I
cares?
know.
I mean,
It's
in the
future.
future,
like kids blinking and stuff, that could be a whole major issue too,
Oh God.
Kids have to wear sunglasses. Done. Done.
that's true. But in the future, though, the whole idea of the present is to condition us for this future. We are all going to be those disgusting men in the future. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That is why we have these VR avatars. We're all going to be those disgusting men.
Do you think there's anything we can do to stop it?
Why would you want to stop it?
Yeah,
it
dude.
sounds ideal.
You could just look at someone and like download their dick in your butt instantly.
I'm ready to motorboat. I'm ready to motorboat like sexy Daffy Duck. Let's just do it. Let's get it over with. Let's make it happen.
First, I want to say that we should probably reserve the download your dick webpage because that's going to be prime real estate for the future.
Well, we goofed. We didn't do that beforehand. It's gone.
We're way behind.
It's already got? Oh my god. We're living in the
that'd be a good idea. A whole database of dicks and the other thing, whatever women have. And you can just look at them. You could look at pictures and download them direct to your genitalia.
I think so something else we were talking about was super realistic scrotal physics.
Oh yeah, that's the future.
Video games, yeah.
And
that's ideal.
I think that this is. I mean, video games have already kind of been going in this direction, right? We've already got.
Here's the thing.
Breast physics.
You download the most realistic scrotal physics mod for Skyrim, and it, like, compare it to your own scrotum. It's nothing. Like, a goblin scrotum in Skyrim is just not going to cut it in this day and age. And I think what is it? NVIDIA. What is the other big one that makes the graphics cards? It starts with an A.
AMD.
I was gonna say
AMD. These companies are working day and night to make the most realistic scrotal physics, far more realistic than stuff that even like Pixar can make. And they're going to be in your computer 5 years from now. 5 years. Even racing games are going to have them. The truck nuts on racing game in Gran Turismo are going to be more realistic than Skyrim. That's what I think.
And that's why that's why they're focusing so much on like ray tracing and light effects, because skin, especially down there, needs some hardcore lighting effects to look real.
And
we need that.
What would take you out of the moment more than like you got a scrotum dangling in your face, but it's totally opaque?
And you're just like, what is this, DreamWorks?
Yeah. I want to see the veins. I want to see it contract when it's cold in the game.
Oh God.
Yeah. Open a window and see what happens. Yes.
I got an important question. How are we gonna monetize this new VR society? Like, how is this going to be sustainable from an economic standpoint?
Where do the microtransactions occur?
Dude.
How are we going to do like loot boxes and the DLC and all that? Where are we going to get the money,
Dude, 2 days ago, the president of El Salvador made Bitcoin the national currency. 1 day ago, he hooked up a volcano to Bitcoin, and now that volcano is mining Bitcoin. In the future, we're all just going to have our own volcanoes. We'll all get our money that way.
Yeah.
Dude, what if our bodies are used to mine Bitcoin?
Oh.
And the VR is to keep us placated.
Huh.
Oh yeah, we can erupt like the volcanoes.
Yeah.
And then we can use that to spin turbines.
I see the tie-in here. Yeah.
I think also maybe in the future there will be universal basic income, which you can trade. So I don't want that. Give me the VR with all the real stuff instead. So you'll have like you could have UBI, or you can have this, the ideal future.
Fuck Sonic's boobs whenever you want.
Dude,
Knuckles.
On that note, that really got me thinking. Like, have you guys ever been to like Subway? And
absolutely,
they give you that card. Like, if you come here 8 times, the 8th time is free. Or like, you come here 8 times, the 8th time you get a cookie. Along that note, Moxie, you go to Subway and they give you a card. You come here 8 times, and the 8th time you get like your medication.
Oh
like,
shit!
You go there 8 times. Medication.
You get to scan the code so that Jared is a playable character. Yeah, you get to see the light through his throat. Yes,
kid, put your sunglasses on, quick.
The Jared amiibo. That's what you get.
Dude, finally.
Dude, that's
Jared.
There we go. I like your idea better.
All right, that's probably
guys.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the future, and this is ideal. That's it. That's all we have to say.
This is probably as good as the future can get. Thank you, boys. I'm going to come back at the very end of the show if you guys are around. You weren't around last time.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably
be
around.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
All right. Jesus, the boy's playing coy with me. God damn. All right. Ending Do Not Disturb mode. This is the final hour or so of the show. I'm going to take it to around 10 or so. Call in 518-288-7938. Never mind, we got someone.
Call from
Ben.
Ben?
Hello.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, shoot. Am I on?
Yeah, Ben, what's up?
Oh, hi. How are you? I'm listening.
Great. I've been doing good. Just drinking a bunch of beers as I normally do on a Friday. What about yourself?
I've been listening in, relaxing, hearing people talk about the future.
Straight chilling right now. What do you think about what other people have been saying on the stream so far? Got any thoughts on what people have been talking about?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, people seem pretty down about the future.
Yeah.
At least scared.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, I guess it's understandable. Well, I think it's understandable given, how weird the world is right now, but I think there's a lot of cool things that could happen in the future too.
Like what?
Like what? Well, I mean, looking at like technology and whatnot, think about like prosthetics technology. That's coming super far.
Yeah.
People have like robot limbs, When they amputate arms, they take like all the nerve bundles from the end of the arm and they keep them, and they can like wire up prosthetic arms that respond to those muscles.
That's crazy.
I mean, if they can do that now in like fucking 60 years, what can they do then?
What do you think about these half robot people in sports? My beloved sports. Is that fair? Is that right?
I don't know.
I saw some freaking article. It was like, this lady, she set the world record for the longest wall sit ever, and her legs were fucking metal. That's not fair.
Oh yeah, kind of like the Blade Runner guy in the Olympics.
Yeah, I could fucking do that if I just chopped off my legs and got them replaced with cybernetic attachments. I'm gonna do that.
If you have that dedication, go for it.
Then I would have earned it. Yeah, I agree. All right, so you think in a more positive way about the future? Like, are you talking mainly about medical stuff or technology as it collides with medicine?
Well, I think medicine's one really cool field, but no, I think all scientific achievement I'm very hopeful for. I think all this stuff with like the attention we're giving to SpaceX and Mars, that excites me greatly. I think space exploration is one of the coolest things humanity could do.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What's your ideal for your lifetime, let's say, just to give it at least a bit of a leash here. In your lifetime, what sort of space exploration things do you think could happen or that you would want to happen?
I think in my lifetime, I would definitely love to see people on Mars. I think that can absolutely be done in my lifetime.
Like a colony?
Maybe not a colony, but at least almost like a moon mission.
Okay.
They might only be there to collect samples and come back, but as long as we've been there, I think I'd be satisfied.
Well, why does that excite you? Get some rocks from Mars? That sounds boring.
Well, I think it's only what can be accomplished in my lifetime. But I think moving forward, I think it only makes sense for humans to move on to other planets. So once we can get there, we can move forward to like populating. I think humans should like spread out.
Do you think we're approaching that point? A lot of people who are wary of the space exploration stuff make the point that like shit kind of sucks here on planet Earth. So why go away and make shit suck somewhere else?
I do agree that we do kind of have to survive our current times if we want to reap the benefits of all the cool space exploration that could happen. So
you want to join the Space Force?
We survive these current times. Space Force.
We got the Space Force now.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm smart enough for that.
I don't know if I can know.
Yeah.
Fucking Space Force. I don't know what the hell they do. Do they do anything at this point, or are they just in name only?
I don't know. I heard they have some funding. I don't know exactly what they do. I don't keep up to date with that.
But what would be the ideal?
I know they took a bunch of people from like the Air Force to start it off with.
Yeah. What would be your idealized space exploration world then? Is it like we're going off and we're friggin' colonizing other planets, or is it that we're just trying to go as far away from Earth as possible to see what the hell's out there?
Both, I think.
Why does that appeal to you?
I mean, aren't you curious?
No.
I mean, I'm a little biased. I've always been a huge fan of science fiction, so I think that the simple idea that humanity could get out there is a good enough reason for us to try to do it.
Do you think there's something out there that's worth getting, worth looking at, that's going to help us? Or is it just the pursuit
just more space.
Okay, I see.
It's more space to go.
You've got a curious mind, an explorer's mind.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. Where are the frontiers on Earth? I mean, they're shrinking. They're there, but they're shrinking. Eventually, there's only going to be one frontier.
Yeah, it is a bit of a bummer that we've got like it's funny thinking about like in the olden days where nobody knew fucking anything. There were just all these hand-drawn maps based on like sailors and shit and cartographers who went out to an area. It's like, yeah, this is what it looked like over there, just about or so. But now we've got like perfect satellite imagery of the entire Earth. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
But what about the oceans? We don't know what the hell's going on in there. That's a whole frontier.
That is. There are streams from I want to say oceanography, like research, colleges or whatever bodies are researching deep underwater will often like stream what their cameras are finding underneath and what the researchers are looking at. So you can see like whale bodies that they find, like whale falls on the bottom of the ocean after like a few months that they'll come back every few months to look at. Every once in a while they'll discover just new stuff. You can watch it. It's interesting watching people push that frontier.
Yeah, that sounds pretty freaking cool. All right, did you have any other ideas about what you think the future might entail? What about your future? Where do you think you're going?
Oh, me personally? Well,
You gonna have children?
Children? I'd like to. I would, but I'd have to find the right person.
Yeah, that is a bit of a requirement. You have to find at least a person. It doesn't have to be the right person.
At least a person. One other consenting party is essential.
Right. That kind of extends your purview of the future, I think. When you got kids, you maybe start thinking about what are they going to be going through?
Yeah. But that's also part of the exciting part, because all the cool stuff that you don't get to see, they will.
Where does this optimistic view of the future come from? I'm curious now. You're right. Everybody who's called in so far, there's not been one person who's said that things are headed in a good direction. So what makes you think, what gives you this optimistic view? You just think we'll push past the bad times, or do you think it's not really that bad right now?
Well, I think for a lot of human history, it's been the bad time. It might be the bad time now, but it's been getting better for a long time. And just because times are getting rough or we're going through a rough patch doesn't mean necessarily that it's going downhill. Things always get worse, but things always seem to get better. I just, hopefully we can, as a species, stop making dumb decisions, come together, start making good decisions, start helping each other a bit more.
What do you think are some of the big dumb decisions that you can identify? Does that have to do with the environment or nukes or the internet or what?
Well, I think the environment's one big one. Not necessarily because what we've been doing is damaging it, because we've been making a lot of progress since the industrial age at the cost of, doing damage to our environment. But we know that fossil fuels aren't going to last forever. We know that it's a matter of time. And even if they won't run out in our lifetime, we know that they will run out. So why shouldn't we working harder to find renewable energy that'll, sustain us indefinitely? Because that's not going to run out.
Yeah,
I think
not for a billion
as
years
as
or
a
whatever.
species, that's one of our biggest mistakes. We're not doing that. We're not thinking long term.
Do you think that poses an imminent threat, or is that something that's just we are already on the path towards remedying?
I don't know. I'm not one of the smart, educated people on these topics. I don't know what our timetable
Nobody
looks like.
who called in has been that. Don't worry. You can just say whatever you want. No one's gonna fact check you.
I'd like to imagine that we have time to fix it, and I'd like to imagine that we will. I'm hopeful.
You are hopeful. I can't get a bad word out of you. Start shitting on the world, bro. That's what this stream's really about.
I can't.
Come on.
You have to be the change you want to see. You have to be the change you want to see.
And you want to see space
I want to see. I do. If I were a little smarter, if I were a little more inclined toward math, I would be all for devoting my life to that. But unfortunately, the book stumped me, so I just have to watch and hope others can do it.
Well, it's kind of nice, if you think that these things are at least headed in the right direction and you wanna be a part of it. That sounds like a good thing, right? Is that
Yep.
do you see any validity to the pessimism that people have been expressing today? Is it worth being worried about, or should we just try to soldier on?
No. I mean, I see it, and I'm worried too. If I thought there was anything I could do with my pessimism that was positive, I'd try and do it. But I can't think of anything, so I'll just try to stay positive.
All right, hey, can't argue with that. What'd you say your name was again, man?
I'm Ben.
Ben. Hey, it was great talking to you, Ben. Thanks for calling in.
Great talking to you too.
See ya, dude.
All right, see ya.
All right, everything's okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, people. Chill. Chill out.
Call from.
Champ.
What? Yo.
Hey.
Whoa, who's
What's
this?
going on?
What was the name?
This is Champ. Champ?
Champ?
Yeah.
Okay,
The
champ. Yo, what's up, champ?
Oh yeah, the future. Okay. Well, I think we are in a kind of dark ages currently, at least like creatively and culturally. Like since the 90s, it's been like, just art and culture has been completely terrible. Like probably started late 80s, and it's just declined to this terrible, like, I don't know, massive brainwashing, everyone is just completely incompetent, probably due to technology and
which area of art and culture are you kind of talking about? Do you mean like?
I mean everything. I think like every aspect was kind of taken over by like sensuality and like meaning and content was really just totally forgotten about. And I think, like, can you name a great movie that came out in the last like couple of years that's on par? I think it's getting better recently, but I still think it's like there was a total dark age, I think, with the coming of the internet that caused, this terrible blackout of the human soul. And I think we're going to come out of that, hopefully, like the medieval dark ages, just like then. But I don't know what's going to come after that. I think we have to get control of this technology that we created, It completely controls us and not the other way around. So, hopefully there'll be some kind of way that we can do that. I have no idea how. I mean, besides, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Well, so I was gonna say is sort of what you're talking about here. It's hard for me to make a big statement about like the past 40 years because I've only been alive for half of that. But I feel what you're saying about entertainment being like sort of leveled out. Like it has to do with, I think, like the streaming services and just like getting all this demographic data. Like companies that are producing entertainment are so focused on like who it's for now. Like you're taking that privilege away from the artists that are making it, and it's less about like what is this artist's vision, and we'll see who attaches themselves to that, and more about here's a group of people, we know what they like based on their browsing history, so we're gonna tailor a show or a movie for them and make it, and it'll just be like totally bland bullshit, but because it's made for them, it's so clearly for them, they're gonna watch it and they're gonna love it because they're gonna be like, it's for me, someone made a show for me, just for me.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. That's an interesting idea. I think it started even before streaming services, and I think it's been going on for a while where it's just like, I think probably since the end of the 60s, like, with the 60s, it was like experimentation in arts and things, and people trying to actually do something, and it was like at the forefront, because all these old fogies from the 50s and 40s didn't know what the young kids wanted these days. They're like, what? Like, people like the Beatles, people like all this, like, I don't get it. Like, this is weird and kooky to me. And and they just let like younger people who had no clue what they were doing, go in and make art. And the studios gave a lot of people money. I mean, there's a lot of movies from like back then that you see that are like, this is terrible, like the Monkeys movie or whatever, like all these, like awful movies. But there's also, really great stuff came out of that. And like, people don't, you don't see big budget experimental movies these days, like, I mean, yeah. So
yeah,
I think there needs to be kind of more faith in younger people and expectations for younger people, and for people in general to do something that's actually good. And people don't really care about the quality of things these days. They care about, whether it fits some kind of niche, like you were saying, So.
You ever see that movie Total Recall?
Yeah. Where his eyeballs blow up.
Yeah. Fucking love that
Yeah.
movie. It's so good. It was like one of the most expensive movies made ever at the time. And it's so wild. It's so kooky and just like it's ridiculous. And there's fucking Muppets everywhere. And it's just like a very weird, mind-bending story. And it's got fucking Arnold. It's so good, but it's not like it's not mainstream. It's not what you think of when you really think of like mainstream
it's
when you watch it.
Yeah,
it's very wild and it's hilarious and fun to watch. But yeah, it reminds me of what you were saying. It's just like that.
Yeah,
that would never get made today. Like that would be such a crazy risk to just like make a wild movie like that for so much money
and have it and put the most money behind it. They don't really do that anymore, I think. But I think that'll
sure
change.
bets,
I think,
like Star Wars.
I think it has been kind of changing. I think in the past like 4 or 5 years, it started with television when like all these kind of interesting shows started coming out, and then like Breaking Bad or whatever. But not that I think that's the greatest show ever, but it's just like a little bit interesting, and then other stuff kind of followed with that, and then A24 has kind of been doing some creative stuff, like a lot of risks and stuff, like, but nothing that's been amazing. But it's like at least it's not drudgery and monotonous, like whatever crap that everybody else is putting out. But
But they'll crash and burn. I mean, I'm sure they're buying terrible shit now, like. When you're the nobody, that can be your thing. Is like we're gonna try our best with some cheap experimental shit. But then once you're in there, you got the money flowing. Then it's like, well, now we should probably focus on some sure bets so we can actually continue to make money.
Yeah, that's true. But so also about the future. I mean, you're probably gonna have a show on this. Maybe you already did, and I missed it or something. But aliens and UFOs. I mean, there was this. Did you see the new Netflix Unsolved Mysteries?
Nope.
Did you see that series? Netflix redid Unsolved Mysteries, and they did a episode about like this event in upstate New York where like 30 or 40 people all like had an alien experience in a single night.
Ooh.
Did you hear about that?
No,
Did you see that?
I don't know shit about that.
Well, it just shocked me because it's like 30 or like 40 people had like the same experience that night. Like, isn't that like? I mean, that's like kind of insane, Like people that didn't even know each other. Like these people weren't friends. Some of them were children. Some of them were like the parents of the children who never talked to them. Until they were old about it, and they both realized they had that same experience that night. So I don't know. It just made me think, though, like, okay, so let's say aliens were here and have been here for a long time. Have they just been watching us? Or are they just hanging out? Just observing? Will they ever come out and and like say hello, or will there ever be it's like if we were being watched for God knows how long. I don't know, what do you think about that? Do you think that's crazy?
Dude, I don't even give a second thought to aliens because that's too crazy. It's too crazy for me to think about. Like I don't want fucking aliens.
You're just a New Yorker.
Yeah.
Hanging out.
I don't want the fucking aliens involved in my life at all. At all.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit. If in my lifetime aliens came out and started giving a press conference, I would be throwing rotten tomatoes at them. Like, boo, you fucking aliens, get out of here.
Yeah.
I just don't know how am I how are you supposed to react to an alien race on your planet? That doesn't what's the reasonable reaction?
You'd think like if there were alien beings, they could be millions and millions of years ahead of us in technology and evolution. You know,
especially if they got here.
They've probably been like, you know, evolved millions of years ahead of our consciousness, so we couldn't even understand them for, like, you know, even if we tried our whole life to, you know, like that movie Arrival, where they like the aliens speak in like a language that transcends time or whatever,
right?
You know, so, you know,
what would you
I don't
do?
know.
What would you do if the aliens did come out and they were like, "Hey, we've been here. We love you guys. We think you're doing great stuff, but like we kind of just want to help you out. We're not taking over. We're just gonna be an auxiliary group of aliens. Come to us with your problems. We'll give you some ideas." Would you be hanging out with those aliens?
Would I be hanging out with them? I guess I wouldn't have a choice, right? Like, what would I be anti? Would I like come out like against them? Be like, go back home. We don't want you here. Is that what you would do?
That's like me. Yeah.
Yeah, you come out and be like, this is our planet.
I think that could really bring us all together. That's like the Watchmen thing.
Yeah, and what you were saying earlier about like the one world government stuff.
Yeah, sure.
I think that would be a great idea. One world government, like a lot of people are always coming out saying like, oh, the New World Order, like this is, you know, a terrifying thing.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it really, like, why do we waste so much effort on wars and all these things that really shouldn't be, you know? Like, we don't need to be killing each other. Like, a nationality is no, you know, reason to kill somebody. It's just absurd. You can kill, there's other reasons, but just because somebody was born in a different place from you makes zero sense to kill them, you know?
Is that they're born somewhere else and you want their shit.
And you want their shit, you know? So I hope one day all governments will, you know, maybe it'll work like the United States, where the world will be divided up into little states who are friendly with each other, you know, do business, and they don't attack each other. But it'll be, you know, a one world government where they're all kind of banded together, and, you know.
But I think
that would be awesome.
Isn't that like the cost though of like having global peace? It's like if you were in like a nursery school and there's all these rambunctious kids all around and it's like just chaos and shit. Like that's the current version of the world. But then like if you were at a nursery school and you had a really bitchy teacher who just like didn't allow anybody to get angry or like riled up ever, and it's just like as soon as somebody sits up, they're just nope, sit down. This is not good.
You're saying there's other teachers that's letting all the kids have tantrums all the time?
I'm saying no more teachers, baby. The kids teach themselves.
Well, okay. It would have to be decentralized, you know. It wouldn't be one person. It would be like, you know, it's not a pyramid.
No.
It would have to be more like the United States, you know, like a collection of states that all vote on something, even though democracy is, you know, is, as we've seen, is untrustworthy of anything. But you can't always have philosopher kings, you know.
But like peace isn't really like a goal that we can all get behind. Like we all like the idea of it. Nobody.
There's people out there that are like anti-peace. So you sound like you're a little anti-peace. You like the bloodshed.
No.
You got a bloodlust.
What I'm saying is just that like the most prevalent, like easy to agree on motivation I think in the world is like making money. Like that seems to be the one thing people can agree on. Like that's the most important thing is making money. So it's like if we had a global governance, it would be based on the ability for the people in charge to make the most money possible from the entire world.
Interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean,
really?
I guess I'm like kind of. I think people are are absolutely driven by money, but I think that it's only a means, to an end, which is status and power. And so, yeah, I think, well, but yeah, you think it keeps people in check. It keeps, you're saying that these warring governments, the U.S., Russia, and China are really, because I mean those are the ones that really if they wanted to stop a war, the U.S., China, or Russia could really throw its weight around and do whatever they want. So the real conflicts are just these three giant nations. So do you think they keep each other in check from getting sort of too greedy or something?
I think that that they're all like attempting, based on nothing. This is just fucking conspiratorial thinking, not based on facts or anything. But I think they are all attempting to make the most money off of the world. I think that's the main goal. Like that's where the power is. It's just like if you can have the most valuable economy to the world.
But if we got rid of these three governments trying to siphon money from each other or whatever, then wouldn't that problem wouldn't that not be a problem anymore? Like,
I just think you would have like one big mega conglomerate running everything, like just fucking Google, Amazon, Facebook, everything all combined into one gigantic, terrible.
But then
company.
you could split it up into smaller states that if you had like individual local areas governing themselves. I mean, not completely, but semi-governing themselves. I feel like it could be there could be more diversity in opinion and thought and companies but I don't know. I'm not.
It's interesting to think about. I mean, yeah, neither of us know. But yeah, like the internet is the binding thing there, where it's like.
Well, I think, like I said before, I think the internet has just been a terrible blight on humanity.
Oh, yeah.
And I think, I mean, it's like, I think the only way we can maybe get better as a species is if we learn how to use it properly or just get rid of it in general, I think, people might be better off without the internet. Our brains are made for this. I mean, yeah.
Hey, what'd you say your name was again?
Champ.
That's right, of course. Champ, hey, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, great talking to you. All right, have a good one.
All right,
thanks for having me.
Have a good night. Champ, an agent, a globalist agent, an agent for the globalist government. Oh, Champ. You think we don't see right through your act. You are clearly a Russian, Chinese spy.
Call from
Jet. Hey, what's happening, man?
What's up, Jet? Good talking to you again.
Yeah, good talking to you too. It's predicting the future today.
Yeah, dude, we're all doing a great job. We've all been 100% correct thus far.
Right on. I thought I was gonna miss it. I thought you were gonna start earlier than usual.
I go all over the place. I can't decide on a starting time.
Hell yeah.
So what do you think about the future, Jet? You got any predictions, any theories?
Yeah, actually, I have quite a few. And this is just by going on, like how history is, I'm not going to say repeated itself. I don't remember who said it, but there's a quote that I really like, that history doesn't repeat itself, it more or less ripples. So like these, I like it was either the last caller or the caller before was talking about how he was hoping that we kind of come out of like the dark ages. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen. This is something that has happened since the beginning of time, and it will continue to happen, because you can't please everybody. Bad things happen all the time. But in my opinion, that's, why fucking worry about it? If you can do something about it, cool. If you can't, then you still have nothing to worry about. But I guess that takes me on to one of my favorites. A lot of people are terrified of AI. And I think AI is going to be huge, dude. I'm really excited for the AI takeover.
Yeah. What's your vision of the AI future?
Well, I think that, for example, I was talking to my brother about this the other day. Video games. I think AI is very, very. I think in the near future, they're going to use AI to kind of like generate like NPCs to make NPCs completely realistic. You know, give them different personalities, ways they walk, things they say, shit like that. So I think we'll be seeing that come in the next few years at least. Yeah, I mean, AI is just really, it's going to revolutionize everything. And like everything, you know, like every new form of communication, like the internet and shit, it's going to, you know, it's going to start with its problems, but it is literally just it's another way that we're learning how to communicate. Like when we first learned how to talk, and then we started drawing, I guess. And then we started communicating with words. Now we have the internet. So this is just a normal phase. And AI, I think, is going to be a big part of that as well. I don't know how, but I think it's going to play a huge role in the next step of our evolution as far as communication goes.
Right. I was going to ask, do you ever see that movie, Her?
No.
Okay, it's just a fucking movie. But it's like, it's one of these, the Siri type robots, except it's a fully blown AI, fully sentient, and becomes everyone's girlfriend all at the same time. Every lonely man's girlfriend who has a phone. And everybody...
like those chatbots?
Exactly, and everyone falls in love with her at the same time, and it causes all these problems. That's sort of how I think about AI as it would interface with the internet. It's just like having a sentient little being that you can, like, assistant that you can always that you're like in constant communication with, and like it's taking in data from every single person in the world. Like they're all sending their queries through this one thing, and so it's learning all this shit all at the same time, and it's like got this reflexive kind of relationship with humanity.
Yeah, dude, and think about how useful that will be too to like actually help people as well. Like if there are people who are suicidal and don't have anyone they could talk to, or people who are even trying to come out of the closet, don't exactly feel comfortable talking to anybody about it, you can kind of have like it's a simulation of a real connection, but it's the closest thing to a real connection you'll have.
Do you think for that sort of thing in our lifetime, let's say, that it will actually be like it will be a separate entity from humanity, or do you think that it will be bound by whatever its rules, like we'll be in charge of it, or do you think it will be in charge?
I think we'll always be in charge of it. You know, like, I mean, it's easy for things to it's easy to lose control of things, and especially, you know, with technology. But like I said, you know, it's like communication. Like when we first learned how to speak, I'm sure there were a lot of people who started kind of abusing it and using it. Like now we use it to kind of put each other down, but we can control what we say and how we communicate with each other. And I think that with AI, I mean, I'm not going to say it's impossible that somewhere in the future somebody won't be smart enough to build something that is designed to like hurt and attack people with AI technology. I think that that's very real. I'm pretty sure they're already working on it somewhere, I'm sure. But
dude, they got fucking automatic sentry guns outlining a certain country in the Middle East, and it's all fucking automated. Like the guns look for little moving blips, and then they destroy the blips without any human interaction.
Yeah, no one needs to tell them to do that. They're just like, all right,
boom. Just kill that shit.
Yeah, get it out of here.
That was an interesting thing when you talk about communication, though, just like how when that first started. I thought it was funny thinking about like lying, like how that's something that can only exist when people start communicating, but like how treacherous and like problematic. Like communication gives you so much power. You can organize and you can make plans and shit, but you can also lie to people.
Yeah.
And fucking send them to their deaths. Like easily.
Yeah, dude. You could hurt people. You could save someone's life.
I wonder,
There's
like,
so much you can do with it.
if the AI would learn to lie, or if like they would be like a fucking genie, where it's like they don't ever lie to you exactly, but they just kind of like manipulate the information in a way.
Yeah, possible. I mean, actually, I imagine that's certainly going to be a thing, possibly with warfare first, you know. But I imagine that kind of technology will be used in that way throughout, you know, civilian life as well. And that's also going to come with its pros and cons, just like me being able to talk to you right now.
Right. There's the YouTube AI is listening to us right now to see if we talk about someone's OnlyFans or something.
Yeah, dude. YouTube algorithms. If you want to talk algorithms themselves are kind of an AI in their own. YouTube's got one. Amazon, Facebook. My mom got flagged on Facebook for posting a picture of her at the beach. The AI was just like, nope, you're done. You're blocked for a week.
Please, enough of this. Interesting.
No more of this beach talk.
Yeah, that's sort of what I worry about with the AI, is like just sort of letting it run loose, especially in like the realms of the internet and the content creation, just because that's relevant to me, is that like you can't have a team of people censoring everything on YouTube. That just wouldn't be feasible. But you can just have an AI do it, and then like you're sort of absolved of all responsibility, because you could just be like, well, it's just a fucking AI. Like we'll look into it. You can appeal it, I guess.
Yeah, dude, and they don't have to pay those people, or they don't have to pay AI to do that. You know, it saves everyone money. And we live in a greedy world. We always have, and we always will. So I think that that's certainly a possibility.
But you don't
inevitable almost.
You don't sound too pessimistic about the future compared to the other callers today.
No, God, no. I think that the future is, it's going to happen. And as a species, like, we are born and bred to create. You know, we have thumbs so that we can create shit and constantly evolve and keep moving and keep going. You know, so like our time on this planet is an occasion. It's incredibly small in the grand scheme of time itself and everything else. We're here very, very briefly, but the time that we are here, we're constantly creating and evolving and developing, and we're constantly at war with each other. We have people and things that we like and that we hate, and that's just the way it's always has been, and that's the way it's always going to be.
You got a pretty.
So fuck it. I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna have some fucking wine and cigarettes and.
What about children?
Do whatever I want.
What about the children?
No.
Bro? What about
You're not gonna
children?
fucking make me have children, dude. It's not happening.
What do you think, bro? You don't want to have any kids ever? You're set on that?
I am set on that, at least right now. I mean, I don't know, maybe in the future, but I'm pretty content doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, but what about later, bro? What about when you're freaking 50? And
I'll worry about it when I'm 50.
It'll be too late, bro. It'll be too late. Your kids will be dead out in the water.
Yeah, well then, at least I can't say I didn't try.
Yeah, all right. So you're not interested in that. All right. Well, any other predictions you got for the future?
Yes, one more actually. You guys had briefly talked about aliens. Mm-hmm. Aliens, and I think that it's so. First of all, I always thought that I used to think that like man's concept of like every time I heard like alien stories, like that's bullshit. You know, like. They were always saying, like, aliens are always these humanoid creatures, you know, like, they look an awful lot like us. But when I think of aliens, I think they could be literally anything, you know? Mm-hmm. Hell, I think that we were aliens that kind of, I believe in, like, you know, the whole Big Bang and stuff like that. So I think that we're kind of an alien species that is on this planet that has evolved and adapted to it. But,
interesting.
But I think that, like, as I got thinking about it more, like, the reason that men study apes is because they are so much like us, you know, biologically and, you know, physically and stuff like that. So it kind of makes sense in that respect that aliens that have visited people who claim that they are humanoid in figure are so interested in us because we are similar to them. Perhaps they're an advanced or even, you know, different kind of species of us. But that kind of interest, you know, and is inevitable that if we haven't seen aliens, you know, then I think we're certainly going to at some point. come in contact with them. There's no way we're the only living fucking thing in the universe, man.
Right. I agree with that. So you think aliens could be like a breakaway civilization? Potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, especially if they're, especially if there's more than one, I suppose, yeah. But, if they are, as people have been reporting, so similar to us in physical makeup and everything, of course they'd be interested in us and want to, like, look at us and figure out how we're similar to them.
And if they're so, like, advanced and evolved, they're probably, like, fucking watching everything all the time, right? Like, they don't need to pop up physically to, like, that would be a purposeful choice to announce their presence.
Yeah, possible. I mean, maybe that part of science never leaves, that part of curiosity to want to physically interact with things. Because, like, you can watch videos all the time on how something works, but you won't really get the same knowledge as you will with hands-on experience.
Who do you think the aliens want to talk to? Do they want? This is going back to the first call of today. Do they want to talk to the Yale people, the Skull and Bones Society, or do they want to talk to the common man, or do they not care at all? Are we all just fucking apes?
I don't think they care at all. What kind of monkeys do we want to talk to? All of them.
No, we want to talk to the fucking esteemed, most prestigious monkeys of the jungle.
Yeah, we want to talk to the ones that can fit the fucking blocks in the hole.
That's right. Those are monkeys that are worthy of our attention. We're going to give them the ability to play Pong with their minds.
Yeah, fuck all the other monkeys.
All right, hey, Jet, it's great talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too, dude. Have an awesome stream.
You too, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, see ya.
Have a good night. Bada boom, bada boom. All right, call in, people. Oh, shit.
Call from...
Have to wait.
Denny.
Denny? Denny or Danny?
Denny.
Denny?
With an E.
Okay, Denny. Yes. What's up, Denny?
Hey.
Is it Denny with a D or Benny with a B?
Denny with a D.
Okay.
Delta.
Now we definitely got it. Okay. How's it going, Denny? You calling into the future stream. Did you have something you wanted to say about that or what people have been talking about earlier today?
A little bit of both. Personally, I think the future is, so, like with the whole cyclical nature of humanity and all that stuff, with everything rising and falling, things are going to get bad for a while. Things might get better again, but given the course of technology and how everything is centralizing and everything like that, I think the biggest casualty might be our personal freedoms and liberties and all that.
Yeah. How do you figure?
Well, as everything centralizes, they got to keep more eyes on everything in order to better rule and dictate policies and everything else, and that just means more people will have less to do.
You think it's...
We'll stop being a citizen and more being a subject.
Yeah, what do you think will be the main motivation of just the average person in the future? If the old motivation used to be you're supposed to, learn shit and then go out into the workforce and work and do your best and try to, advance in society by doing work and shit. What do you think will be the new version of that?
Well, I reckon that'll kind of be the thing. That'll probably be the main course of action for everybody, especially on personal levels. But I feel like the growth and expansion thereof of society and all that will definitely be different. It'll be less, growth on a mass scale and more of refinement, I guess.
Interesting. That's a good way of putting that, I think. That's sort of like, I'm thinking about like the older, like just the older motivations of countries is sort of just like build up the country, have lots of babies, do lots of work, make us better. But now it's kind of like we're all full up.
Well, in that regard, it's less we're full up, and like back in the 70s, they were saying the world's going to be overpopulated and we need to do something about curbing population growth.
Right.
So people started having less babies. We started actually doing something environmentally friendly, and we started the EPA and all this other kind of stuff. But then you look at other countries, especially third world countries, they never did anything to curb their population growth. And that's why now, because the powers that be and businesses and everything, they have to have perpetual growth. That's the way how they make their money. It's perpetual growth. Everything has to keep growing and expanding, and everybody has to keep making more and more and more money because of inflation, and the dollar is worth less than anything ever will be. So what they're doing is they're saying, oh, well, now that these populations have actually stabilized, we need to start bringing in more people. So then they start, working with opening the borders for immigration and everything else. And it's, I wouldn't necessarily say nationalism or anything else like that, but people are being replaced because they're realizing that in order to be environmentally sustainable and halting population growth, they're realizing that's messing with their bottom line. So they're having to bring in more people to replace the now aging population that isn't growing fast enough, basically.
That is a weird thing with growth of like companies and shit. Like, it's really not, it seems like the goal for a startup is to like make a big splash and then become absorbed into a large mega conglomerate. Like, that's the success story of a new company. Like the way to
I absolutely yeah, I absolutely agree. Back in the 1880s and 1890s, there were the whole monopolization and then the trust busting by the government. There was Standard Oil and American Steel or whatever they were called. And these companies just bought up everybody. They shut down anybody they were competing with. It was absorption, it was growth, it was, everything was expanding everywhere. And because they had absolute control over their respective economic purviews, they were able to set the prices.
Right.
And with all the prices being set, they were able to charge whatever they wanted. So people had to pay out the nose in order to do anything. And historically, that's called the Gilded Age. And I think we're definitely living in another one right now. Everything is slowly being, re-amalgamated. The phone companies are buying each other again. Cable companies, internet providers are all buying each other and absorbing one another again. Bobson Dugnut, the free market never existed because it's rigged against you. He's absolutely right.
Mm-hmm. That's something I definitely like agree with. Like the fucking telecom companies, it's really insane if you look at like all of the subsidiaries that a company that like I don't even know if Comcast is the top of the company. I can't even remember, but it's just like the 4 or 5 media and telecom companies that produce 95% of all the media you've ever consumed, because they're just these giant mega conglomerates.
Yeah. There was that one movie that came out years ago that had Tom Hanks in it, and it's set in the future. And at that point in the future, every movie or film that existed, they all just called Disney's. Hey, let's go watch the new Disney. And I feel like we're actually steering into that direction.
Yeah.
It's kind of frightening.
That is a bit spooky.
Yeah, I mean, especially when all these companies are like faceless multinational organizations that don't really have to answer to anybody, and our governments are beholden to them, honestly, because they pay people to influence our politicians.
Is there really a need then to bring in people, like to actually bring people to your country if Like you can just do all your sales globally? Like if you can reach those people otherwise?
Well, it's certainly easier for them to, because think about it this way. You have a stable country like the United States, but then just south of the border, you have all these really unstable ones that have had all this awful political strife and everything else, and these people want to immigrate and get away from that. That's fine. But the problem is you get all these people moving from there up to the United States to shore up the slowing population growth. So then you have those people breeding like rabbits in the stable country, which slowly but surely will destabilize it. It's a lot of short-term decisions that leads to lots of long-term consequences that they are definitely not paying attention to. And it's why we've had these environmental problems for the past 50 years. It's why we've had all these awful political situations for the past 50 years. It's the fact that nobody really thinks about the long-term consequences of their actions.
Just out for the buck, the quick buck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. But do you think that is something that, where do you think that trends us towards then in the future? Like, if the stable countries are becoming destabilized, where does that lead us?
The entire world will look like Brazil. You'll have the rich people in the walled off parts of the cities, and then everybody else will be living in, ghettos and everything else. Like the film Elysium, maybe not quite that exaggerated, but it's going to be dirty. And
is that the one where all the rich people move to the moon?
Yeah, like that.
Dude.
Or the big space station, and Matt Damon had to save the world again.
Dude, I'm not depending on Matt Damon. I refuse. We need to come up with a better solution.
Oh, I agree. Personally, I prefer any sort of dangerous freedom to any, safe slavery. But
do you think there's part of this, like the growth of the world? It seems like tied to terrorism, where it's like the more densely populated areas become, or just like the more massive, the more vast the structures of society become, the more easily they are terrorized. Like you can fucking blow them up easier is what I'm trying to say. Whereas like when things are spread out, it's sort of, you have to, besides being a gang of marauders and stuff, it's harder to terrorize people. But like, I feel like when there's like this global structure of just like oppressive corporate government bullshit, there's going to be a vast increase in terrorism, which will of course mean much more oppression coming down the pike.
Well, historically speaking, anytime people have grouped together, it's always made them a bigger target.
Right.
There was actually a really good example of this that I could bring up. The Plains Indians, back when white people first came and brought horses into the New World and all that, when horses started making their way up into Central and North America, the Plains Indians completely changed the way how they were living. They were basically, technologically speaking, like Stone Age Mongols. And they would find, I think this would be around like Wisconsin maybe, they would find the sedentary Indian settlements, and these would be the Sioux, I think. Mm-hmm. And the Sioux were the horse riders. They would find the sedentary Indian tribes, and they would basically form a wall around them with their horses and say, you're going to give us our food or else we're going to kill all of you. Mm. And that's why towns started building walls and everything else. But over the years, people have stopped building walls around cities because it's, walls don't do anything anymore. But definitely when there's a concentration of people, there is always the inevitability of violence in that group.
So what's your overall feeling then? Pessimistic? Optimistic? How do you feel about your life going into the future?
I'm about a step and a half away from moving up into the mountains, up into the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That sounds good. Because you're trying to get away?
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of people moving into the area that's definitely making it a lot more crowded. But I don't know. I'm pretty pessimistic about it. I think our federal government's just going to keep trying to get more power and take away our rights and everything else. The immediate future is definitely going to be really rough, probably in the next 20, 30 years. I have no idea what the world will be like after that, but there's definitely going to be a lot more wars and famines and everything else. And, just kind of briefly touch on what people have talked about. I think artificial intelligence will be one of the most violent instances in human history. And if aliens ever show up, that'll be another one of the most violent instances in human history.
Oh, yeah? The aliens killing us, or we're trying to kill them, or what?
Both.
Oh, okay. We're not gonna get along?
No, definitely not. If we can't get along with each other, we're not going to get along with aliens.
But what about the idea that the aliens, if they come and like they find us, that must mean that they're super intelligent and they don't like, I don't know, they might have a good idea or something? You don't buy that?
Well, hang on. I just want to say one thing. I'm also reading the comments. I did not vote for Trump in the 2020 election. I didn't think he won. I actually wrote in Ralph Nader.
Nice. Don't get on the defensive, bro. Don't read the comments.
Yeah. Sorry. I think so. To kind of go, I kind of, as much as I hate to say it, I'm kind of somewhere in between Thomas Paine and Hobbes. I think freedom's really important. I think humans are inherently violent and disgusting and all that stuff. But I feel like if aliens would come all the way here to see us, it would be for a reason of violence. Honestly, like we would have something they need because probably life-sustaining planets aren't that common.
God damn. What a bleak outlook. Not even the aliens are friendly. Who is friendly?
No.
Who's going to save us?
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, like, what is morality to a human? Morality is subjective. You take an alien, you take something that hasn't even evolved on this planet. We would have more in common, evolutionarily speaking, to a nematode, a little worm in the ground, than we would an alien. And you would expect them to understand morality as we would?
That's fair. We don't give a fuck about nematodes.
Yeah.
No one's ever thinking about nematodes. Like, should we kill them or not? Like, it's not even a second thought. It's just like, if it's like, we'll kill them if we fucking feel like it. Doesn't matter. All right, hey Denny, great talking to you.
Yeah. It's actually kind of fun to be on here.
Hell yeah, dude. Call back for sure.
Yeah, I love your content. I hope you keep making your stuff.
Thanks, man. You have a good night.
Yeah, thanks. You too, man.
See ya. Okay. Guess what? Denny was the last caller, and you know what that means. No girls on the stream. Beep, 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 beep. That's good luck. That's good luck for 7 years. 77 years, actually. I just, I misremembered that. Everyone listening to the stream gets good luck for 77 years because there's no girls. Thank God. See what the boys are up to.
It's coming up.
Hey, what's up, boys? Do you guys know I popped in here? Is that why you stopped talking?
I just noticed. Here's the thing. We have a problem with Champ.
We take umbrage with Champ.
Okay.
He was talking about the experimental films, and I hate to dwell on the present in this, the future topic, but he was talking about experimental films and how they don't really exist much anymore, and we think that is very false. We think that experimental films are more accessible than ever.
Yeah,
even big budget one.
Have you seen the Kung Fu Panda franchise? I mean, come on.
That's like experimental mainstream, just like Boyhood from Richard Linklater. I haven't seen it because it looked like it was garbage, but that's experimental. That's mainstream. Christopher Nolan is always pushing stuff. He's always doing his experimental, mainstream experimental stuff that blows the minds of 14-year-olds. Mm-hmm. And then you had, what's his name? Denny.
Yeah.
Who was mentioning Cloud Atlas, the Tom Hanks movie with the Disneys.
Is that what he was talking about?
That was Cloud Atlas from 2012 from the Wachowski siblings. That's a big budget experimental film, 102 million. And then you got their one of their earlier films, Speed Racer, 2008. That was 120 million dollars. That's a big budget experimental film. You're never going to see another movie like that again because it crashed and burned. It was a great movie. Then you've got foreign stuff. You got Le Dime, Deerskin from Quentin Dupieux, who makes music. That's a good movie from just a year ago. The Man Who Killed Don Quixote, Terry Gilliam, he's been making that for 30 years, finally got it done.
You can't count foreign films. All foreign films are experimental. They don't even speak English in them. That's highly experimental.
Don Quixote, that was in English.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Right. And then you got, what's his name? Joel how do you even say his last name? The buzzard and ape guy, Relaxer, Joel Potricus, the one you showed me.
Patroicus.
That's experimental. Troicus? That's how you say it?
I don't know. That's how I've always said it. Patricus? I don't know.
Potricus?
Joel P.
Yeah, the Joel P.
But that's independent. But you're right in that it's highly accessible more than ever before. I agree with that.
Experimental films are more accessible than they've ever been.
What was that film you made me watch? Another Drink?
Oh, yeah, Drunk.
And that one, yeah, Drunk. That one won, big awards last year. That one won big awards.
It's true. All right, so Champ was full of shit.
No.
Champ.
His name is no longer Champ. His name is Chump, okay? His name is Chump.
Yes. Experimental film is more accessible than ever. It's just look at how many filmmakers get their micro budget under $10 million to make some experimental shit, A24 or whatever. There's so many experimental films. There is so much going on right now. It is more accessible than ever to find the experimental stuff from the past and get funding for experimental stuff now, even in the mainstream.
Think about all the indie shit that's happening right now. Making film has become more accessible to the layman in recent years than ever before. You don't need to have $50 billion sets in Hollywood and shit. You can just, go out into the middle of an alleyway and film some weird shit, and then
people are
there you go
making films on their iPhones. Thank you, Steve Jobs. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
I made films on my phone.
Cheaper.
I made some experimental shit in high school on my phone. There you go.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Everything I make is with less than $100 of gear. It's easy to make stuff now. It's so accessible. It's the golden age of experimental film and independent, expressing yourself. Champ, come on.
Champ, you heard it from the boys. You're full of shit.
This is Biden's America. No malarkey.
Okay, good. So that's a pretty optimistic note to end it on. Things aren't so bad. We can all make whatever shit we want.
Yeah, even
but the marketing thing. The marketing thing's totally real, though. The whole tailoring everything to a specific market. I know all about that. I do that.
Yeah.
We just gotta create the market, boys, for the people who like our shit. Then we can make whatever we want and sell it to them.
I can help you. Yeah. I can help you target that market,
Hell yeah. All right, sounds good. Boys,
sorry, Champ.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to shit on Champ at the very end of everything, but we all heard that and we agreed. That's not true.
We had truck with it. We had truck.
All right. Boys, say goodnight. We're ending the stream.
Good night. Good night.
All right. Good night, boss.
Good night, y'all.
All right. Good night, boys. Okay, you heard it from the boys. Champ, you're you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Champ. Okay, I'm not gonna extrapolate what the boys are saying. But anyway, that was the stream. Yeah, that's the whole stream. Okay, the music from the stream was from Big Oaf, an Atlanta metal band or something that I found on Bandcamp. I like it. I like Big Oaf now. I'm a Big Oaf head. I'm a Big Oaf myself. Gonna replay one of these songs because I played the whole album. I didn't mean to do that, but I'll play one from the beginning, and that'll be the end of the stream. The HUD from the stream that you're looking at is by Slouch. Check out his channel. His YouTube channel's in the description. Big Oaf's Bandcamp link is in the description of this video. Check it out if you like their music. All the images that are slide showing on the computer are from the Mighty Lighthouse, which is the zine, which is coming out again soon. I'm working on the next issue. I want to say maybe going out like the end of this month. But we'll have more information on that later, future streams. Okay, thanks everyone for listening. Slightly shorter stream today. Still pretty fucking long though, so don't fucking complain. Okay, good night.